All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the distance learning orientation. We've got people who are presenting from across the country. We've also got people watching live from across the country. I want to welcome those who are online at the moment as well. I would welcome the Waterfall campus, but Eskom has apparently hit them. So they are currently with load shedding. So yes, my name is Warwick Van Hagen. I'm going to be the one standing up here presenting to you. I got tricked into this. I got asked if I want to be the MC. I thought I was offered to go on the MSc Symphonia, so I said yes, please. All right, so this was the booby prize, unfortunately. But anyways, I want to welcome you guys to the DL Orientation Day. We're going to be starting off with Carolyn Trim. She's going to be welcoming you guys. She's got a presentation to be that's going to be shown. Carolyn.
Morning, everybody. Welcome, welcome. As Warwick has said, I'm Carolyn Trim, and I'm the head of academics for distance learning. So it's good to see so many people in this venue. I can't see the other venues, but I know you're out there, and I know there are people watching on the streaming. And welcome to everybody. I hope that you will get some good coverage of the things that you need to know as a distance learning student, and that you'll get a better understanding of where to find everything, and also about the expectations that we have and the expectations that you have. So we'll start off this morning with a short slideshow that gives you an idea of just where Stadio is at the moment. So on the screen, there's slides being shown at the other centers also. On the screen, you will see one second. Okay. Right, we've got a lovely big logo that says Stadio, and it says Faculty of Education and Humanities and School of Education. So I'll explain a little bit about that in a second. And it's got a bar with 10 colors in it. And those are all very significant logos that you see making up this page. Right, you might have registered with us after having seen this kind of billboard somewhere in the country. You may have seen that it says, "Welcome to Embury, become the teacher at Embury." You may have, and then alongside it has got the other logo, which you see, that's Stadio, Faculty of Education and Humanities and School of Education. And it says formally, which means that previously that was the name of the organization. I don't know if the other centers can see. Okay, so you know, of course, that the registration is open. Sorry. Thank you. We're just checking with the other centers that they can see. So you know that the registration is open, and some of you have come to us via your own means. You've come as independent students, and some are here with different corporate bodies. who are doing your funding, and some people have received their books and some people haven't. And we know that people are in various stages of registration, and also that they're in various stages of getting onto the systems and in various stages of receiving material. And also, we know that sometimes these things can be a bit slow and frustrating, but we're definitely working our hardest to get all of those things to you and get ready. And we also take into account the fact that you have been, things have been delayed a little bit in this case. Right, so we just wish you a good 2020. We're already in the end of February. And this morning, we are open for business, as we will be for pretty much most of the Saturdays in this semester, for you to come and study and receive information. So you'll hear more about that later on. So definitely we are open. Right, let's just give you an idea here about this logo. Stadio is a company that has many parts to it. And that is what each of the colors represents on the screen or in the bar. So there's blue, there are two kinds of blue, and this School of Education is one of them. We have a number of other offerings like Millpark Education. And so when you're finished here, you might be able to do some additional study at Millpark. We've got Southern Business School, which is another color on the bar. And we have LISOF, which is a design school. We have AFDA, which is a film school. And each of those are represented, as I said, by a different color on the bar. Now, I haven't mentioned 10, and there are 10 colors on the bar. So that tells you that there are additional offerings on their way. But we work within the School of Education. So everybody who's studying to become a teacher, a classroom assistant, a grade R teacher, an honors student will be working within the School of Education. And that is the way that this particular organization is arranged. You are here to do one of, at the moment, 3 qualifications. So the first one is the Higher Certificate in Preschool Education. And when you have completed that, you will have achieved an NQF level 5. Now, that might not mean a great deal to everybody right now, but if you think about it, when you left matric, which is one of your requirements to get into here, you left school with an NQF level 4. I know that since then, some people have studied, some of you have done NQF level 6, perhaps certificates, diplomas somewhere else, or you may have done degrees somewhere else. You may have done honors, but they are not in education. So you may already have surpassed a 5 in a higher certificate. However, this is in preschool education, so it's a very specific area that you're working in. You may also have registered for the grade R diploma, and this is largely for persons who are already employed in a school and are teaching grade R and need to be qualified. Because the requirements for teaching in this country are quite stringent. They're very strict about your qualifications, and they're very strict about the kinds of work that you do within those qualifications. So if you finish with a grade R diploma, you would have finished an NQF level 6. Many people here have registered for the BEd Foundation phase, and when you have completed the BEd Foundation phase, you will have achieved an NQF level 7. And just for a bit of excitement, and I mentioned this earlier, we have one more qualification that will be available very shortly, and that's the postgraduate certificate in education. That one has already begun this January, and it is for those people who've completed a degree and now would like to become teachers. if the module choices in the undergraduate degree meet the requirements, the national requirements, they're able to do a postgraduate certificate in education to qualify to teach in high school. And very shortly, we will have honours also. So the Faculty of Education offers a variety of programs, as I've explained. And we want to make sure that your career opportunities are maximized. So these quotes that you see up on the screen at the moment are ones that you would find typically on our website. Just to say, if you're doing the higher certificate, the minimum amount of time in which you can do it is 1 year. That's a requirement of state. You cannot finish a higher certificate in less than that time. And so too, 3 years for the diploma and a minimum of 4 years for the degree. Very seldom does anybody finish those in less time. Okay, so what makes us so special? Here at Stadio School of Education, you. And we're going to explain to you and give you information which puts you at the center of this studying endeavor. So we are a fully accredited higher education institution that specializes in teacher education, in preschool and intermediate phase, and in the foundation phase. We were established in 1995, and we believe that we produce some of the best trained teachers in the country. And I think perhaps that's why you're here, because you've had that information from people. You've said, go to Embury, go to Stadio, that's a good place to get your training. And there's some very good reasons for that. Sorry, this lags a little bit. Oops, let's go backwards. Okay. It says the Embry Institute for Higher Education is fully accredited. Now, you might have heard of people who go to places, pay a lot of money for their registration, pay a lot of money for their fees, and then find after 2 or 3 years of study that their qualification is invalid and they cannot be awarded the certificate that goes with it. Well, we can assure you that we have all our accreditation in terms of the Council on Higher Education and in terms of the Department for Higher Education and Training. So we need to be sure that what we're paying for is valid, and we can assure you that that is certainly the case. If you go and search for Embry Institute for Higher Education or for Stadio School of Education on the web, you will come across the fact that Embry has been around for a long time, since 1995. And when you go to a search, which doesn't lie, I hope, it gives us a good review of who we are and how long we've been around. We offer 21st century education to our students. All our campuses are fully equipped digitally. We have Wi-Fi, we have data for you to use, both on our campuses in Waterfall, Montana, and at Musgrave. And in addition to that, we have another 7 centers around the country which offer those same things. The centers don't have libraries, the campuses do. But of course, in this digital age, we also offer you library online. So a great deal of what is required of you is accessed via the online library. And you get access to that through My Embry and through a portal called EBSCOhost, which gives you access to hundreds and thousands of articles and ebooks which you need for your study. And then, of course, we also have our very digital happening right now, where we've got people from all over the country who are tuned in, maybe in their kitchen, at their office, because they're working on a Saturday morning. They got one ear on what's going on at Stadio in this morning's DL orientation, and they've got the other ear on the phone that they're waiting to ring. So this is an example of the digital offering that we have at Stadio. So Stadio's model is pretty unique. We forerunners in this way of presenting things to you, especially the Saturday morning sessions. And we have a lot of other digital equipment and tools which we use in your study. So we have qualified and experienced lecturers, a distance learning student support team who I'm sure you've already been in contact with in one way or another, and you'll hear more from them this morning. We've got program coordinators. Our program coordinators are Mrs. Pauline Makoka, who is at the Waterfall campus. She is the program coordinator for the B.Ed Foundation Phase degree. And you've met Mr. Warwick van Hagen, who is the program coordinator for the higher certificate. And they have a very specific role to play in your studies. We've also got coaches and buddies. Our buddies are students who have walked the path at Stadio already, and they will form WhatsApp groups to which they will invite you to participate in. And if you see the invitation come through, many people think, oh, well, this is just spam or something, so I'm just going to delete it. Before you do that, read the note that goes with it. And if you don't want to be bothered by beep, 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 or whatever your notice tone is on your phone, just silence it. Okay, and there will be some rules about how the WhatsApp group is used, and you will be able to get some instant answers about some things so that you don't have to wait a long time just to say, well, I'm on ECI and I pressed this and it doesn't quite work. So what shall I do? And someone will say, oh no, just press that. And you go, oh, okay, thank you, finished, and it's done. So everybody will be assigned to a buddy during the course of the semester. Then we have our unit for student success, which you will hear about shortly. And then I'd like to say that you are at the center of this project at Stadio. So all of this network that you see in front of you right now is made up of all the different components that constitute the distance learning. It's you and all the network of support and interaction that is necessary for your studies to be successful. So I will now move to the next section where I'd like to introduce you to the distance learning team so that you've got a face and a name and you've got an idea of who is going to be, who you're going to be corresponding with. Okay, so we really need to stay in touch and ensure that our stay at Stadio is we utilize what's in place for us and that we all keep in contact and keep the communication flowing backwards, forwards, sideways, and whichever way we need to in order to be successful. It'll just be a second. Remember, please, during the course of this morning, you might have some questions that come to mind. Just hang on with them. If we've got time at the end of the session, we will be able to answer one or two of them, and otherwise, hang on to them. We'll collect them in this room physically, and at the other campuses and centers, the center managers or the program coordinator will collect the questions, or those people who are out on remotely on their computers, there's an opportunity for you to send a message and ask your questions. and we will be able to answer those at the end, where there's a little bit of time for question and answers. So please don't think that there's no time to ask questions. There are, and we will have an opportunity to do that very shortly. Having said that, is there anybody who has just one question that they'd like to ask right now? Any of the other centers? Listening for you. Well, we've got a question at Musgrave. We're just getting the microphone.
My question is, how do you pace yourself with the studying? I see most of the modules are about 10 weeks. So the dates, like a time frame to work within to finish those.
Okay, that's a good question. And it's really a challenge that distance learning students face, because it's not like you come to lectures on a regular basis and the lecturer paces what you're doing. It is you who has to decide the amount of time that you're going to spend on each of the units that's published on the distance learning ECI page. So we can definitely get back to that later on. Thank you. That's a very key question. Okay, thank you. Right, so first of all, a quick introduction to the Executive Dean of the School of Education. Professor Patrick Bean is often on this campus, but frequently he is in other places too, pressing forward with not only the distance learning project, but also with the contact learning project. So he has oversight over the entire School of Education. This is Ms. Leanne Browning. She is the Deputy Dean, who has a very similar role to the Executive Dean, ensuring that the project of distance learning and contact learning is all rolling well and that everything that is needed for it is all in place. Now, I suppose the best way we could describe this is that these would be the principal and the deputy principal, if that gives you some kind of insight into what the structure is like. So those are the people who have the overarching responsibility for the School of Education. Oops. Sorry, we're having some. Okay, and present on our campus is Dr. Johan Redlinghuis, who's sitting just on my right. I don't know if people at the other centers can see him. He's the gentleman right here. He is the head of campus for distance learning, and he is always around and approachable and able to assist with distance learning student needs. We don't need to spend too long on that. Mrs. Pauline Makaka, as I explained, is based at the Waterfall campus, but of course, because we are in a digital world, she's easily contactable. And when we have appointed a Grade R diploma program coordinator, that person will be available too. At present, I am standing in for the Grade R diploma program coordinator. Mr. Warwick van Hagen, you have met. Higher certificate students, this would be your go-to person for any issues related to the program. We have a program coordinator for our new postgraduate certificate in education, Dr. Shivani Maharaj. And so each program in our School of Education has a person who oversees the entire program. This is Mrs. Kirshni Nair. She is the head of assessment and regulatory compliance. She has overall responsibility for all your exams, for your exam venues, for ensuring that policy and rules and regulations are all adhered to, because that gives a lot of weight to what we do and make sure that we are compliant with all the needs of training teachers in South Africa. Mrs. Veronica Wright is the head of the unit for student success. She will be addressing you a little later on. And under the unit for student success is the distance learning Center for Student Success coordinator, Ms. Vidata Surajpal, and she's sitting on my right also, and you will see and hear from her a little later. This is the head of Department for Teaching Practice, and I know that there are always a heap of questions about teaching practice because it is so very central to the training that you are doing, regardless of whether you're doing the higher certificate or the grade R diploma or the B.Ed foundation phase or even the PGCE. Dr. Marinda Swart is based here at Musgrave, and she has an entire team of people who work with contact and distance learning students in relation to their teaching practice. This is Mrs. Vanessa Moodley, who is the lecturer for teaching practice, particularly TP 100. And Mrs. Susan Wilson. Sorry, this button's a bit excitable this morning. Mrs. Susan Wilson is also based at Musgrave. You will come across her. She is the teaching practice liaison officer. And our very important distance learning student support services is headed by Mrs. Vandana Singh. She is the person who often answers the phone, along with her team, Ms. Tembi Sabia. These are the voices that you hear on the phones when you call in. Ms. Ntombi Saziwa. And they are on the phones from 7 in the morning until 7 at night and on Saturday mornings. Mr. Beka Ngwenya. Mr. Michelin Porthita, who you will meet a little later this morning. And there are two more people in this group. Mr. Reagan Napier and Mrs. Jarisha Ramsunda, all of them based here, but they will answer your questions from anywhere in the country, and they will assist you as best they can at the time. Okay.
All right, thank you, Carolyn, for doing that. Are there any questions for Carolyn Trim from the Musgrave campus before we start asking everywhere else about what's going on? Nothing as yet, okay? Are there any questions from the other campuses? Okay, don't think there's any questions from the other campuses. So the next presentation is going to be done by me. I'm going to be talking to you about the Stadio School of Education's calendar. However, we've got two modes of learning. We have our contact learning and our distance learning. You guys are here because you are distance learning students. We have two types of calendars based on that. So the first calendar that some people may have seen, those are for our contact learning students. the way contact learning and distance learning run are completely different. For distance learning, you are running your time according to the assessments that are done. Okay, so when I say that you are running according to the assessments you are having to do, pay particular attention to when your assignments are due from your lecturers, because when your assignment is due, the dates have been chosen for specific reasons. Because we as lecturers have to compile the information to see whether you get entry into the exam or not. As a distance learning student, these are the most important dates that you are going to need to know and need to understand. The first is your first semester exam dates. Your exams run from the 25th of May to the 8th of June. Then you've also got exams in semester 2, which run from 26th October to 14 November. I've put down other sets of dates there. Those dates are when lecturers are on leave, so they also get the school holidays. So 9 times out of 10, when the lecturers are on leave, they won't be able to respond to your messages on ECR or to any queries that may go through DL support. So please be cognizant of those dates. So obviously the April holidays are going to be from the 23rd to the 30th of March. I suppose I should call them the March holidays, not the April holidays. Then end of semester, first semester, the lecturers are away from the 25th of June to the 13th of July. Then the September holidays are from 21 to 28 September. And then obviously the end of the year, we are away from 9 December until sometime in January 2021. All right. This live stream will be presented at the end of this by Monday, Tuesday next week, and will be available on ECR. You guys can also get the data off of those as well. Okay. So those are the most important assessment dates that you are going to need to know, or dates on your calendar. So we are looking at the exam dates as well as the days that the lecturers are not on campus. All right, our next session was supposed to be done by Pauline McCorker, who's from Waterfall. However, they do have load shedding at the moment. Just hold on one second. Okay. With Pauline not being on campus or Waterfall having load shedding at the moment, I'm going to hand back over to Carolyn. She's going to present the same information that Pauline was supposed to be presenting for us.
Okay, I'm demonstrating to you what happens when all your plans for class, for all the things that you thought you were going to do with your class, don't happen. Okay, and this is so typical of an everyday event in school where things just go haywire, and then the wind blows and the children are crazy. Do you know about that? Do you know about that phenomenon? That on the days when it's windy, you'll notice quite often that your children in your class are all edgy and jumpy. I don't know. I've been teaching for about 30 years, and that's what I've noticed about children, especially the smaller ones. They go a bit loopy. Anyway, I'm going to speak without any kinds of slides. I don't have them, but I'm in the fortunate position of being able to talk to you about this because I was in the planning stages about 4 years ago. So what Mrs. McCorker was going to say was that when you enroll to become a teacher in the higher certificate or in the grade R diploma or in the BEd foundation phase or for that matter in the BEd intermediate phase, which is about to be added to our suite of offerings, you are enrolling onto a program that has been designed in a very specific way. Now, the way that that happens is not that every university that has a school of education does whatever they wish, because then we'd have chaos. There's a standardized way in which programs are put together. And those are dictated to all universities by some very key documents. For instance, the minimum requirements for teacher education qualifications in South Africa. And of course, every country has their own documents that say what teachers have to do in order to prepare to become professionals. And then there's another set of documents that are related to that. For instance, that document contains the 7 roles of the teacher, what kind of requirements you need to get into the programs. So some of you might have been a bit disappointed and said, well, I wanted to do the degree, but I can't. And that is not the rule that Stadio makes. Sorry, I've been at Embry a long time. It's not the rule that Stadio makes. It is according to law. So nobody's being spiteful about you not going on to whichever program you want to. It is a very specific pathway that we need to follow in order to ensure that at the end of your training and your program, you are accredited properly. And for us to be accredited properly, that must happen too. So the kinds of things I need to speak to you about is the fact that when you register for the higher certificate, you may have looked at the fact sheet and you may have looked at the program and said, okay, I'm going to do this in 1 year. I'm going to do all the modules in 1 year. Now, if you have no other commitments, that's probably quite feasible. You could probably do it, depending on how you pace yourself. But if you're already in some kind of job, or you have some other kinds of studies going on that are not related to teaching, or you've got a family to take care of, that's not always possible. And the same might be said of the Grade R diploma and also the B.Ed foundation phase. So in having said that, it means that you have differing amounts of time in which to complete the programs. And this will mean that you might start today with somebody sitting next to you who's doing the Grade R diploma, but you may be able to pass 80% of your modules at the end of the year, and you don't quite get through 2 of them. Now that means that if the other person who's sitting next to you gets through 6 modules and then has 4 to do again because they didn't quite make it, and that's the reality, you know, sometimes life happens in between, then it means that you are each now on your own study path. Because one person will say, well, I didn't get through 4 modules, so I'm going to have to, I can only afford to pay for 2 and do the other ones for the next semester. And then they've still got those 2 hanging around that they haven't done. So the other person says, no, I'm only going to do those 2 that I didn't get through last year. And I'm going to pick up 1 or 2 for the next year because I know that my circumstances have changed. And so I now have a job and I can't commit myself to so many modules. So I think some people might think, oh, I have to stick to this program. I have to make sure that I do it in the specified number of years that are stated on the fact sheet. But the truth is everybody becomes involved in their own study path. So please don't get yourself into too much of a panic about that, because it really depends on your own time availability, your own ability, and many other factors that influence people's lives along the way when you are studying. So does that answer? I'm sure some people might have wanted to ask that question later today. A program of study is made up of very specific number of credits. There's a minimum number of credits. And I showed you in my previous slideshows that there were a number of credits that were specific to higher certificate. In total, you must have that many. For the Grade R diploma, you have to accumulate a certain number at the end, by the end, And for the BEd foundation phase, you have to have accumulated and achieved that many points at the end as well. So that means that you cannot be awarded with that particular. Doesn't help that I cast. Okay, done. Sorry for all the scratching around. I squeezed the microphone too hard. So when you've accumulated all those points, that is when you are awarded the degree. That's when you, or the certificate. And that is the time at which you then are able to graduate. So as I said, some people take a while to do that. Now, every program has got a specific number of credits. And within that, Mr. Tech and the Department for Higher Education and Training and the Council for Higher Education are very clear that there are certain kinds of learning that have to take place within your program. So you might look at the years, the whole semester, and you'll think, well, why is that with that and that's with that? And then in the second semester, we got all these other things that look like they're all muddled up. It's because when you're doing a program that prepares you for a profession, it's different from matric. Matric is a whole lot of disjointed subjects. You know, you've got English and you've got isiZulu and you've got Xhosa and you've got Afrikaans and then the other things, like maybe your school insisted that everybody does tourism, and some schools did maths literacy, some schools, some students do, or learners do maths. Those are a whole lot of usually 6 subjects that don't really bear any relation to one another. But coherently, for a program that you're doing at undergraduate level, like you're just starting out on, you have to do a certain set of things that prepare you for the profession. So what are those things? They are disciplinary knowledge, where you have to know about a specific discipline. So those of you who are doing foundation phase degree, if you thought you had escaped from geography and history, you have not. Because as a teacher of small children, you have to know the history and geography in order to be able to teach it according to what is required in the curriculum assessment policy statement. For those of you who thought you had left maths behind, you have not. You will be doing maths. Okay, those are some of them are disciplinary learning, and some of them are fundamental, where you have to understand them in order to be able to teach them. One of those fundamental things is Maths 100, where you start, if you've missed out on maths at school, or if you need to pump up your maths a bit and your understanding of maths, you may have to do that. Foundation phase don't always do Maths 100, but you certainly do maths in other formats. So don't run away. Okay, stay, please don't go. Please don't go. It's not as bad as you think. It's actually fun. There's a lot of, you'll see things differently when you look at them through eyes of a higher education student. And when you look at them through the eyes of a teacher and somebody who needs to be knowledgeable in order to lead children in teaching and learning. You'll also have to do the learning that requires you to teach how to teach. So not only will you do your matric home language and your matric additional language. Some people have got first language and second language, depends how old you are. Okay, my matric certificate says what first language and second language. More nowadays, it's more like home language and additional language. So you not only learn those just like you used to in school, but not at school level. You learn it at an NQF level 5 and 6 and 7. But you also have to learn how to teach those things. Because now it's no good you knowing what a poem means, but how do you convey that to the children? So there's all that methodology that you need to be able to learn and know how to impart and how to break all that down and turn it into something that you can share with the children in your class. So we've had, which kinds of learning have we had so far? Knowledge have we had? Are you writing these down? Oh, good. Because my memory is not so good. Disciplinary and fundamental, and the methodology, which is often called pedagogical knowledge. And we also need to remember that there's the practical side, and that is where you need to go into the schools and you do work integrated learning, where you are watching, you're observing, and where you are then given an opportunity to structure classes or lessons for the learners to whom you then present. So we call that knowledge mix. And the Council for Higher Education and Mr. Tech and all the regulating bodies will say, if you're doing a higher certificate, you need to have a certain number of credits for each of those. In a year, you need to have them a certain number of credits of those over the period of your entire program. And they will tell us if we don't structure the program properly. So there are many areas in which teaching, the programs are regulated. So it's no good fighting with your lecturers about it. I know I used to lecture geography, and the students would say, and history, why do we have to do this? I didn't do it in matric. I don't want to do this. I say, but you have to. You're going to be a teacher. How can you teach if you don't know what these things are all about? You don't know the history of your country. You don't know the geography of your country. And I know there's somebody's going to put their hand up in this room and say, and can I teach overseas? And the answer is, well, that depends where you're going. But that's a discussion for another time. Right, so once you're into your program, you will find all of the things that you need on ECI. So you have to get yourself sorted, and there'll be an opportunity at the end of this session, of this day, where Mr. Van Hagen will show you, if you haven't already got onto the system and accessed all the material that you need for the different modules that you are registered for. Any questions about program? Any questions from the other centers? Anything anybody wants to ask? No? No questions at all? Okay, we've got lots more people here at Musgrave. They're probably just trying to catch up with what's going on in this morning's orientation. Okay, so when somebody asks you what program are you doing, your answer is either higher certificate or the grade R diploma or the BEd foundation phase. So it's very important that when you correspond with us in terms of any kind of email or phone message or SMS, that you're very clear about which program you're on. There's some things that identify you in an organization like this. One of them, of course, is your name, your first name, your family name or your surname, your student number, and also the program on which you are registered. Because when we have that information, we will know pretty quickly who your lecturer is for a particular module. Any questions now? I see some people here at the Musgrave campus who were here previously. So I'm glad you're back to clarify some things, and I hope that that you've got as much information as you need, and that you're all onto your systems quite quickly. Okay, I'm going to conclude with that. We've just got a couple of seconds to change over to our next speaker, which is me.
So as Carolyn said, it is her turn to talk again. She's going to be explaining to you what it means to be a distance learning student. Okay. And then after that, we're going to be hearing from our Center for Student Success for the distance learning students.
I just want to check some. Right, so I seem to be quite busy this morning. I just need to make sure then that I'm in the right slot. Hey, it's like, is this the right class in front of me? Oh yes, 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 it is. Okay, are you doing geography? Oh no, sorry, we're doing what it is to be a distance learning student. Okay, now I think I'm hoping to answer some of your questions that might be in your mind about how do I go about doing this work? How do I go about starting the modules that I've been registered for? How do I get onto the system so I can start the modules that I've been registered for in some cases? And what I want to say is some general things, but I'm also going to ask you to prepare something, either on paper, other centers, I hope you're going to participate also. And I'm going to put it out there first, before I start talking about what it is to be a distance learning student, by asking you to prepare some words that end with IL, ITY, like let's say dependability as an example, IL, ITY, words that end with IL, ITY, and that have got something to do with education and what we are required to do as educators, as teachers. So you think on those and jot them down along the way, and I'll come back to them and ask for some contributions from you. In the meanwhile, let me go on with what it is to be a distance learning student. Now, I know that being a distance learning student is pretty different from what we experienced previously. Is there anybody in any of the centers or in this venue who have done any study via distance learning? Some of you may have lived overseas in very remote parts of a country where there was no school and you had to do your schooling through distance learning. I know some Australian children do that. Anybody done any kind of distance learning before? Show of hands or a yes from the other centers? Oh, that's good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, right here. Fabulous. That's great. And it kind of shows where we're going with our higher education approaches in South Africa, and we are really getting into the fourth industrial revolution. Are there any distance learning veterans from the other campuses? How many have we got at the learning centers or at the other campuses, Montana and Waterfall? Takes a little while to respond. Don't forget the IL, ITY words, because I'd like to get some more of those just now. Anyway, it is very different to be a distance learning student. And the reason for that is that you don't go physically to a place. You don't go and sit at a desk. There's no chair for you. You don't come into the lecture halls. You don't go to a school, excepting for a Saturday when there's an opportunity to do that at the learning centers and at the campuses. And there will be some lectures that you will be able to attend that will be specially arranged for distance learning students. But for the most part, as you said, how do we get started on this? How much must we do? How much time must I spend on things? And that's something that really needs to be discussed under the heading of all those credits that we said are in programs have something to do with the hours that you spend on a program or on a module. So the distance learning environment is quite different. It's maybe a classroom in the afternoon when the children have gone home and there's a computer there and you're using that for your studies, for distance learning. It might be you at home sitting on your bed in your pajamas with your laptop on your lap. And what's the tendency? We want to go to sleep. Nice cup of tea, laptop, feeling sleep. Oh, it's raining. It's such a nice day to have a sleep. And it's really hard because you have to be disciplined in your studies. And you don't have a teacher or a lecturer standing in front of you saying, pay attention, please. Why are you sleeping in class? Did you have a late night? It's really up to you to organize your time. You don't have direct contact with the lecturers. And you have to remember too that our previous experiences of education have not prepared us for the way that we are to study now. But it doesn't mean that you're on your own. You saw the previous slides that I showed you. I said there is a network of help and you must make use of it, especially if you're a person who's not great at organizing your time. There's all sorts of online tools, there's support material, there's counseling, there's online help where there's a difficulty in a particular module. The lecturers will prepare places along the way where you can go out to a video or an explanation or a PowerPoint that describes a difficult concept and helps you get over that hump. It means that you have to interact with a computer. Now, some people go, yay, great. I don't like people, I like computers. So I am quite happy to do that. And you have to spend time paging through the module sites that are visible on ECI that you've been registered for. You need to go and explore inside those sites and see what's there and what has to be done. You have to take out your study materials that have been couriered to you. This may be a textbook or a course reader, and you need to have them side by side. You need to have your course reader or you need to have your study guide right there next to you. And you need to be looking at your computer. Because between those two things, that is where the information is contained. The tasks that you have to do. And they could be any format that's available on ECI. The knowledge is contained in the pages. The voice of the lecturer is contained in the pages and on the screen. So it says, you'll now do this, here's a task. Read this, now that you've read this, do this. So you can't just think that this lot's going to jump right into your head. You actually have to engage with it. There isn't that person who's telling you how to do it and explaining every single thing that's in there. This is not school. It is university. And the level is not school. It's university level. It's NQF level 5, 6, and 7. You have to take full responsibility for your own learning and the environment that you create for yourself. I've been studying a PhD for the last 4.5 years. And I started off with, okay, I'm going to wake up early every morning and study. So I did that. Then work got in the way. Then I had to move house. Then I thought, okay, I'll study in the evening because it's quieter. And then I decided, no, I can't see properly anymore because I'm old now and I need glasses and I can't see so well at night. So for some time, I was back to the mornings again. And then, circumstances change all the time. And you don't have to make a plan today and stick to it for the next 10 years. Well, no, you're not going to take 10 years to finish a program. But I mean, the next 3 years, you have to just keep adapting and be flexible in that approach to your learning. You need to set aside time according to what happens in your household. If you've got children who need your attention, then they're going to need attention until they go to sleep. When is the best time for you to do things? You also need to remind your friends and your family and your colleagues that you are studying. You need to tell them, I'm studying, I'm dedicated. No, I'm not coming to your bra or Shisanyama this weekend. I'm sorry. Eesh, that's hard, eh? But that's the sacrifice you sometimes need to make. Then there's also the fact that we have a slightly different model at Embry, where if you are not able to get to some of the help that's offered on a Saturday morning, you don't have to be there on that Saturday morning at that time to watch the streaming that's going on. Just like is happening now, you will be able to watch the recording of it later on. So let's say on a Saturday morning, you have to go to a wedding and there's all the preparations are underway and you think, oh, I need to go and watch the early childhood development lecture. How am I going to do this? Don't worry, because that will be available to you on a recording. Just you'll be able to watch this later at home if you want to. The link will be on ECI and you can watch this all over again. So there's a nice bit of flexibility there. Okay. Study materials will contain, as I said, everything that you need in order to do your course, but you have to engage with that stuff. And then there's all the support that is offered to you by Stadio, and we have various representatives to tell you what those are today. Okay, let's go to the ILITY words, which I spoke about and asked you to think about. Just a quick whip around. Anybody at the other centers, have you got ILITY words to contribute that relate to education? Okay. Okay, in this room, have we got any ILITY words that you've thought of in relation to education? Have you done this before? Ability. Okay, ability, we've got some more. Thank you for that.
Capability.
Capability.
Responsibility.
Like that one. There's some more here at Musgrave. We're just passing the mic around. This is quite a big venue, so it takes a few minutes.
Accessibility.
Accessibility, great.
Flexibility.
Aha, very good.
Availability.
Yes. Availability. Any more?
Accountability.
Yeah, that is a really, really key ILITY word. There were a few more people here. There's a lady here.
Ability, capability.
Thank you. Has somebody said it already? Okay, thanks. All right, if you think of any others, put your hand up and we'll come and ask you. But you are correct. All of you are correct. And there are more, and I'm sure there are people who've thought of more words that end in ILITY, but you just haven't the courage to talk over the microphone this morning. Okay, I do understand. That's just fine. We'll develop you and we'll get you talking publicly and we'll get you interacting, because after all, you're going to be the teacher. Be the teacher. Do you remember? Be the teacher. Okay. So fine. I want to just start thinking about those words in a different way. Ability. You have shown your ability. You have achieved the passes in school that you needed at NQF level 4, and some of you did some NQF level 5 to be here today. Well done. You've shown your eligibility. In other words, you have met the requirements of all those official documents that I told you about earlier that regulate teacher education. So you have been eligible to enter the programs that you have registered for, and that is why you're sitting here today. Flexibility. Someone said here, flexibility. And we're thinking there about the flexibility that we have in distance learning, which is why we chose distance learning in the first place, because some of us cannot have the luxury of sitting at home and studying for a year or 2 years or 3 years or 4 years. So you folk are very brave to take on distance learning because it has its very own challenges, and you need to juggle your lives, and therefore this has been the option for you. But we are hoping that we make this as smooth as possible so that you are able to do your studies. Accessibility, we have that. You can get your study material anywhere. You can get it on a laptop, you can get it on your phone as well, on your phone. So if you find yourself stuck somewhere, I wouldn't advise it if you're in traffic and you're behind the wheel and the driver. But if you are not driving, if you're a passenger in a vehicle and you're in a traffic jam and you're supposed to be watching a lecture, you can get your phone out and you can join the session from your phone and listen to what's going on. You can go back later and watch that recording. You can also watch on your laptop in the bed if you want to. Okay, so there's all this flexibility that's offered through digitalization. And anywhere as well, which is really nice. And then there's portability. You have the option of different devices. You can even get onto Moodle through your phone. You can get onto your student email through your phone. If you've got a smartphone, you can use that. You can, and there'll be more about that a little later on. And then there's reliability. Now we start talking not only about you and reliability, but us too, as Stadio, being reliable. You need to have what you need for your studies. If you think about anybody here who's, or in the other centers who have written notes to us and said, I'm getting frustrated. I haven't got my stuff yet. I haven't got onto the system yet. We understand that, and we try to resolve your issues as quickly as we can. So we know that we have to be reliable also. But you're showing your reliability by calling us and saying, hey, I haven't got my stuff yet. I need to get started. You know, it's the second week now. I need to get started. Okay, we have a landing page for distance learning. And there's things like timetables and general announcements and exam timetables. You need to be reliable about going to look at those things. Don't open them like 3 weeks after the exam and go, oh, I'm supposed to be at that exam. I missed it. Who's going to solve my problem? Okay, you have to go to the right places to look for the things that you need, and you need to encounter, you need to engage with them properly. Where there's a Moodle page, if you can't get onto it, if you've got some kind of problem, you call the DL Student Support Services and they will send you to the right person, usually the lecturer. There's a photo of the lecturer on your module page. In most cases, there are module announcements and a whole lot of things that you need for your studies, like your study letter, assessment guide. You need to look at how the units are arranged. And I must tell you that when you go onto a module page on ECI, you will find all of your material is down in a linear pattern. Some universities arrange it from left to right, because we read from left to right, and others of them, like ourselves, we arrange all our material inside the modules in a linear fashion. There's a calendar that tells you in each of your modules when everything is due. We'll show you where to find that. There's an introduction, there's a welcome video from the lecturer. There might be quizzes, readings, participation tasks, pre and post lecture readings. There could be URLs, which are links to the web that take you out to certain kinds of readings or videos or things that you need for to engage with the study. Somebody said, I think, does anybody say approachability? Okay, approachability is something that we need to have in both directions, from Stadio to us, from Stadio to you, from you to us, and all the network that's included in that diagram that I showed you in one of the slides. Make sure that you engage in forums and interactive tasks like wikis and glossaries, group tasks, notes, essays, and please note that everything that you do is fully trackable on ECR. If you go and visit a site and you only spend 1 second on it, the system shows that you've been there for 1 second. If you go in and you think you submitted your assignment and you insist that you did, the ECR site can tell us whether you did or didn't. Then there's accountability, responsibility, there's dependability, and all of these things, and adaptability, all of these things are very important features of becoming a teacher, because we expect it of you, you would expect it from us, you would expect it from your child's teacher, and you are going to be the child's teacher. So all of the RLIT words related to education are things that we are going to develop in you, and at the same time we need to practice them, because we can't preach them without practicing them. So being a distance learning student is a considerable challenge, but one that you will get through with the support systems that we have in place. So, a mindful to you all, and sterkte, and I hope that you do exceptionally well and enjoy your journey with us.
All right, thank you, Carolyn, for that. I would like to welcome Veronica Wright and Vedanta up to present to you guys. They're going to be talking to you about the C4SS, which stands for the Center for Student Success. And this is offered to both contact learning and distance learning students.
Hello, can everyone hear me? Good, good morning everybody. It's wonderful to see you here all today. Some bright shining expectational kind of faces. And I'd like to introduce myself to you as Veronica Wright. I'm the head of the Unit for Student Success at Stadio School of Education. And also with me, presenting the slot together with me, is my sidekick, Ms. Vedanta Surajpal. And she is the DLC4SS coordinator. But I'm going to start off the presentation with you now. Right, I'd like to start off by asking you a question. And that is, what does success mean to you? So let me give you a minute to think about what you perceive success to be. If you can just jot 1 or 2 words down if you have a sheet of paper in front of you. Right, would anyone like to share anything? Should we start off at our Musgrave campus? Anybody? I saw you all writing. There must be some words. Yes?
I see to enjoy what you're doing and to be able to provide.
Right, so we have a suggestion here. Enjoy what you're doing. To be able to provide for your needs makes you a successful person. Right, and I think we can all associate with that. Anything else? If you think about it specifically in relation to your studies, perhaps.
I think success is when I'm planning to study, as now I'm planning to start my B.Ed. So as soon as I'm done with it, so I'll be successful.
Right, that's wonderful. So success to you is the completion of your studies, right? I think we had someone at the back. So you've embarked on this journey, you've planned for yourself, this is what you want to do, and once you've done it, you're there.
For me at this moment, success is the ability to complete a task that you didn't think possible when you began.
That's great. I love that. So you might not think it's possible. Here I am. Am I going to actually get there? Am I going to make it? But you know, you've got your plan in mind, and we're there to support you along your journey. So with your dedication to the task and our support, there is no reason why you cannot reach your destination and be successful. That's great. Should we have one more?
To me, success, I think it's achieving your goals.
Excellent. Excellent. So you've set goals. Once you've achieved them, you've been successful, whatever they happen to be. Great. Should we see if there are any other comments from any of the other centers? Any other suggestions? Everyone is very quiet in the other centers. Okay. Okay. So, success can mean different things to different people, but for a lot of people, success is really all about passing, getting through, wanting to get that degree or certificate, diploma, whatever it is that you've set for yourself as your goal, and attaining that at the end of the day. And obviously being able to go out and now use your education to be able to get a job. Isn't that right? To get a job in an area in which you are passionate about. So I want to chat to you about a couple of elements that are linked to student success at the School of Education. Because I'm breaking it up now into little aspects or parts, if you like, that I do believe are important for you as a student. Now, being a 21st century learner, you may not think you are, but you are. You're a 21st century learner preparing for a 21st century schooling environment. There are a couple of things that we need to do to empower you to be a better 21st century learner, as it were, yourself, or student in your case. So first of all, there are the competencies that we need to make sure that you have to be able to be skilled in your particular profession, which is obviously the competencies that you're going to learn about in your methodology modules and in a lot of your other modules as well, which play a role in providing you with the background knowledge you need to be a successful teacher. But at the same time, there are also those important qualities that you need, because qualities like persistence, determination, making mistakes and saying, you know what, I made a mistake. I'm going to just learn from it. I'm going to move on from it. I'm going to have a positive attitude. I'm going to make it. A lot of those kinds of qualities are also the essential qualities that help people to be successful in whatever it is that they're going to be doing. Then, of course, and you've heard about this mentioned earlier on today, is this whole issue of theory and practice. And I think that's one of the wonderful things about what we do here at Stadio, is that we teach you the theory in terms of the methods, the methodology subjects that you need to know about, or modules as it were. But at the same time, we're teaching you how to actually use that in the classroom, as Ms. Trim mentioned earlier. There's no point in knowing about a certain topic if you don't know what it means to you as a teacher. But sometimes you find some people are so knowledgeable about different things, yet when they actually go and try and practice it or get it out there in a classroom situation, they have a lot more difficulty. Don't worry if you are that kind of person, because it's going to come with practice and with time, as you will see. And I think some of you are already in schools So you are having the practice necessary to help you to do a better job of being a professional teacher. Then there is this whole issue of strengths and coping with difficulties. You know, life does send us curved balls. That is the essence of life. You know, life can't always be a wonderful bed of roses. So, you know, there are difficulties and challenges you might be dealing with at the moment, but there might also be those which unfortunately might come along the way. Such is life, and that is how it is. So it's about how you cope with those difficulties and say, how am I going to get through this little hump at this stage, and how am I going to cruise up and continue on my pathway? But at the same time, people are very often focused on difficulties. And being in the sort of more psychology counseling side, as it were, that's my background. I honestly am a great believer in strengths, is identifying what you're good at. I'm really good at listening to children. I'm really good at understanding things from a child's point of view. I'm really good at maths. I'm really good at teaching children about coping skills or whatever it may be. So identifying whatever those strengths are and maximizing on those and saying to yourself, you know what, I'm actually good at that. So, okay, I'm having a bit of a problem here, but you know what, that I can do. And I'm going to work through the things that I'm having difficulty with so that I can cruise into the end point. And then our focus is also on holistic wellness, because as we all know, if you've got emotional issues you're dealing with, it's very often difficult to focus on your studies. Isn't that so? So holistic wellness is about looking after yourself physically, looking after yourself emotionally as a person, looking after yourself socially. You do need time out. You can't just go study, 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 work, 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 you know. Some of you have spouses and children, you know, they also need your time. And you have friends, and, you know, you need to have a balanced life at the end of the day. But lastly, I want to talk about this issue of empowerment. We are there to support you. But if we're going to do a really good job, then we need to empower you to be able to continue that journey on your own. We can't make you reliant on us and too dependent on us. We've got to make you feel, you know what, I can do this now. Yes, I needed help, but now I can do it on my own. Then you actually are more likely to be a successful learner. Okay, moving on now. I want you to have a look at the diagram that I've placed on the screen behind me. And you'll see there are two arrows, if you like, in that diagram, and they all point towards success. And the one arrow is more or less a straight line. And for some people, getting from the starting point to the end point is a fairly straight line. You just start at the beginning and you just cruise your way to the top. And isn't that fantastic? Some of you are shaking your heads. Doesn't apply to me. Well, I actually can identify a lot more with the one on the right myself. I don't know about you. But the one on the right is that very squiggly line, you know, all the ups and downs and things that happen on the way. But I want you to notice one very important point about showing you these two arrows, is they both have the same starting point and they both have the same end point. So no matter what your journey is to get to success, as long as you get to the end of that pathway and that journey, then you've actually been able to reach success. So who can identify a lot more with the pathway on the right? Would you like to put your hands up so I can see? Oh, so you all are straight line. You just sit and you just go and you just make it. Well, I'm very happy for you. Are you the straight line person? You're the other one. Okay. Right. Moving on. I'm now going to hand over to my colleague, Ms. Vedanta Surajpal, who she's going to speak to you a lot about one of the aspects of student support, which is the unit for student success.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're having a good morning. I am the Center for Student Success Coordinator for the Unit for Student Success. One of the purposes, overall purpose of the C4SS is to provide the best learning experience to all students enrolled in Stadio. So at the C4SS, we want to support you with your challenges that you may experience at Stadio and help you as a student to reach your full potential, as well as develop you as a well-rounded individual who will also be ready for the global context. Now we have, I don't know if any of you students, if you went on the ECI page yet, I'm not sure if you are equipped with ECI, but we have the C4SS ECI page. Now the ECI page is where we have tools that are useful for you. For example, we have how to cope with stress. We have computer support and research and study skills. Now with research and study skills, we have Mrs. Trim has mentioned it to you all. It's called EBSCOhost. It's basically where you can access your books, your materials for your studies, in terms of if you need a particular book where you need to reference and stuff for your studies, you can actually get it from your research and study skills. Your computer support, we have ECI, it's a link that has the how-to guide, and it has like how to access ECI, how to do a particular thing on ECI. So basically, if you have access to, when you get access to ECI, please ensure that you go on the C4SS page. Now, I also want to explain to you guys, because some of the students are actually emailing me. They got my email address, and they are emailing me queries with regards to registrations or queries with regards to how to log on to ECI. Now, my role is not administrative. I am there to assist you with additional support in terms of your studies, to make your studies a success. So for example, if you email me or call me and you tell me, you know what, I'm having a particular problem with my studies and I don't know. I know there was a question earlier, but sorry, what's your name? Alex. Okay, Alex mentioned earlier that she doesn't know how to, in terms of when she has many modules and she doesn't know how to manage her time. Now, you can contact me with that and I can assist you, because on the ECI page, we also have time management, right? Now, time management, as a distance learning student myself, I've studied distance learning all my life, I actually now know how to manage my time. And one of the things to manage your time, you need to have a schedule, and all of these tips are available on the C4SS page. Now, what we're going to do now is we're going to do a small role play. Mrs. Wright and I are going to do a role play just to show you guys what a day in the C4SS, what it's like, and some of the queries that we deal with. Okay.
Hello, is that Vidata?
Yes, it is.
Oh, hi Vidata. You work for the C4SS, don't you?
Yes, that's correct.
Vidata, my name's Jessica, and I'm one of the first year high certificate students. And I just want to tell you, I'm literally beside myself. I'm doing my first assignment, and there's all this referencing that I've got to do. I mean, there's all these rules, and I'm just not coming right with this referencing, and it takes so long. And I'm in panic mode because it's now like, you know, it's quite late in the afternoon, and I've got to get it in before 11:59 tonight. I just don't know how I'm going to do it. Can you help me?
Yes, Jessica, firstly, can you tell me, do you have access to the ECI page?
Yes, I found that.
Okay. Do you have access to C4SS? Did you go into the Center for Student Success page?
Could you just hold on a moment? I'm just going to go find it. Oh, yes, I found it. Yes, there it is.
Yes. Okay, can you please scroll down to the page? You will come across study tips, a survival guide.
Study tips.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Right. At the bottom, there is a little part called survival guide.
Yes.
Now, if you scroll down, you will see referencing techniques.
Oh. Yes.
Okay. The referencing technique guide is the Harvard Method referencing guide that we at Stadio use in terms of when you're doing an assignment and you need to reference all your sources. It's very important that you reference, make use of the referencing guide. Now, this will assist you with your query that you just posed to me.
Vidata, thank you so much. You're like an absolute angel in my life. Now, at least I have something I can look at and I can work from there. Can I phone you again or make an appointment with you if I have any other difficulties?
Yes, you can phone me as well as you can email me. Now, if you phone me, and if you don't get hold of me, you can email me on my email address, which is vidatas@embury.ac.za. But you can also send me a message on the ECI page, and I can also respond to that as well.
Thank you so much, Vidata. Have a lovely day.
Thank you so much.
Hello there. Welcome to the Embury Centre for Student Success, or C4SS for short.
The Centre for what?
Student Success.
But where is it?
You can find it in cyberspace on ECI. It's a virtual place where you can access all sorts of topics that will help you as a student be more successful. Here, have a look.
Wow! Look at the Distance Learning Survival Kit. Here is where I can get help with my referencing. Oh, and this section shows where I can get help with maths, computers, and managing my time. Cool! This section shows me where I can get tips on how to write a successful CV when I want to start looking for a job. So, if I need help, can I email you?
Of course you can. Or you could post your comments or concerns in the discussion forum on the C4SS ECI page.
Yes! What an amazing space. I am definitely going to use this in the future.
At this point, we're going to do, before we move on to the role of the U4SS, we're just going to do another little role play for you, showing you what the role is of a counselor through the U4SS. Okay, I'm going to be the counselor and Vidata is going to be the student. Hello, this is Veronica Wright speaking from Stadio School of Education. Am I speaking to Jessica?
Yes, you are.
Hi, Jessica. We organized a set time to have this meeting this morning, so I'm phoning you with regards to an issue that I believe you have. Would you like to briefly tell me something about it?
Yes, I'm experiencing exam stress.
Exam stress, yes. Tell me a little bit more about what are some of the symptoms that you feel when you're feeling stressed like that?
Okay, so before my paper, I usually have headaches and sometimes I'm nauseous. Also, I have troubles with my tummy because I think I'm very nervous, so it affects my health as well.
Oh, that must be really, really difficult for you. I hear what you're saying. Are there any other symptoms at all? Is it mainly just before and during the exam?
No, also before the exams, when I get my exam dates, I'm already panicking. I'm very stressed. I just don't know how to cope because I'm like, for example, writing 4 modules and I don't know where to start and I'm just all over the place. I don't know what to do. So I'm very panicky and I just ignored studying because I'm stressed, like very stressed.
I see. You know, we need to look at a couple of alternatives. Is there anything that you've tried that you feel sometimes assists you?
Yes. So what I do is, firstly, I'm a very spiritual person. So I do pray before an exam. I do take a few deep breaths to calm myself down because that'll help me to alleviate my anxiousness. What I do is I do have some friends that I've made on WhatsApp and we study together and we discuss like questions that we both have. Then we realize that, you know what, we are experiencing the same problems. So it helps to have
the same like people in your circle that you know that's going through the same problem, and you relate with them. So that helps me to manage my stress in that way. I think those are really, really wonderful strategies. But let's have a look at some other alternatives as well that can help you in terms of the physical symptoms that you're experiencing with stress. Now, I'm going to stop it there because obviously the conversation will continue for a little bit longer. And I'm now going to return back to my slide presentation and move on to chat to you about the few other issues related to the unit. Thanks so much, Vedanta. Right, so in terms of the role of the unit for student success, what we provide for our students is counseling and student care. So we have a counselor, and we also have an arrangement with SADAG, the South African Depression and Anxiety Group. So for example, if anyone's experiencing a problem, they would contact the counselor, but they do it via the means I'll explain in a moment. And then they would be able to have a session just similar to what you saw just now. With SADAG, and that's going to start on the 1st of April. And that is an arrangement where you phone in like a national phone line, and they can actually assist you with whatever difficulties that you have. We also have accommodations and concessions. Now, an accommodation is that if you have a particular need, whether it be a physical need, for example, you might have a hearing impairment, or perhaps you have some other difficulties that you've experienced before, and you've had concessions perhaps at school, maybe a time concession or something like that. We can also assist you with those kinds of things through our units. We also provide a whole lot of intervention and prevention strategies. You heard one of them through the C4SS site, but also we run a diagnostic test with you, which I'm sure we shared with you today. And the idea is that we're not only now being reactive by intervention. I'm saying as we perceive that there is a particular need, we might develop a particular intervention program to assist you. But at the same time, we learn from what's happened in the past, and we offer these kinds of things before they actually happen. We also have a lot of supportive tools and Smarter Measure. And one of the fantastic supportive tools that we have is a module on ECI called ECI 101, which gives you a whole lot of information on how to do a quiz, how to actually submit an assignment to Turnitin or whatever it may be. We'll speak to you about Smarter Measure at another time. Not moving on. I think up there. Okay, no. Sorry, these things happen. Right, I've got very little time left. And just letting you know that who the contact people are, you've met Vedanta, there's her email address. The person who at the moment is the person who does the coordination of concessions and also works with students as a counselor is myself, but you can only access me by going via the DL support at embury.ac. And so it's the same applies to as concessions and also accommodations, which we would like to have in by the end of this month, please. So I think that really sums up what we do in our unit. Thank you so much for your participation, and I really look forward to being more interactive with you over the next couple of months and over the next couple of years, perhaps. Thank you.
Thank you, Ronnie. Thank you for Vedanta for that. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be taking a break now till about 20 to 11. So it gives you time to go stretch your legs and allows other people at the different centers the chance to go stretch their legs. And we will see you in about 15 minutes time. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for rejoining us. We're about to start now. We're going to be listening to the presentation by Michelin Potgieter from the DL Support. Can you just give me 10 seconds while I get up his presentation?
Good morning, guys. My name is Michelin. Apologies in advance if my voice dips in frequency. I'm a bit unwell at the moment. Thank you all for coming. All right. My name is Michelin Potgieter. I'm a student support administrator for distance learning support. I'm going to be introducing who we are, what we do, and how it is we help you throughout your journey with us in your qualification. So behind me is my team. We are the ones who assist you when you give us a call, when you email us, or when you send us in the type of WhatsApp message. On the far left, you've got Tembekile, Vandana, Dorothy, and Tombi in the middle, Paula, Tobeka, and myself. This is our contact information. You're welcome to take it down. Central numbers that come straight through to all of us, as well as the email address. Okay, don't stress if you haven't gotten both the numbers down or the email address. This will be on your welcome letter. If you haven't seen it already, it is there. Okay, distance learning support is open from Monday to Saturday. Monday to Friday, we open from 7 to 7, and Saturdays, 8:30 to 1. I'm going to explain to you some of the types of queries that we receive and that we can assist you with. If you have any problems with your personal information, such as your contact information, your physical address, if any of that needs to change, we do need to know, okay? You won't be able to actually graduate from your qualification if the information we have is incorrect. If you are unable to submit any assignments or actually write an exam, there is evidence that you need to support for the reasons why you didn't write or haven't handed in. That needs to come directly through to us, and we can pass it through to the lecturers. Okay, if you have any issues with the systems, the student portals, MyEmbry, ECI, or even your student email address, we are the ones you turn to, and we will assist you to gain access to these portals. I'm just going to explain to you the types of communication with us. There's 3 sets of communication. If you walk into the campus at our Durban Musgrave, we can assist you. If you give us a call or if you send us an email. Now, when you send us an email to that centralized email address you just took down, dlsupport@embry, this comes straight through as a ticket because we use an automatic ticket-based system. Now, there's a 24-hour to 48-hour response period, okay? What happens is if you send us one, I can assure you we do get it and we have already directed it to the relevant department or assisting it. If you send us another query regarding the same issue or anything, what this does is it actually duplicates the ticket and it causes the response time to actually become delayed and refreshes. So it takes that much longer for us to actually assist you. I'm not sure how many of you actually used BBM before. I don't know if you remember the pinging service. If you ping us via email, it takes that much longer to get back to you, okay? All right, we don't tolerate discrimination, vulgarity, or racism or bribes over the phone, via email, or in any type of form, okay? On ECI, if you're needing any assistance from an academic regarding any of your modules, there is a callback system. I'm not sure if any of you have noticed it, but it is there on each module page on ECI. This allows you to book a callback during the week with one of your lecturers, all right? There are various times that are on there. What this does, as soon as you have chosen a time for a particular module, it comes through to distance learning support. We contact the lecturer and we get back to you whether or not the lecturer can assist you at that specific time or an alternative. Okay, that's pretty much it. Anyone have any questions from the learning centers? Are there any questions from any of the campuses? Durban? Cool. I look forward to answering your emails. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Michelin. I'm glad to see that if there were no questions for DL support. They will become your new best friends when you guys start your studies. So what we're going to be doing now is we're going to be hearing more about the teaching practice part of your distance learning journey. And for that, we're going to call up Vanessa Moodley. She's going to explain to us how the teaching practice works and how you guys go about doing it. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Glad to say I finally see some faces. I mean, we deal with you via the ECI page and various other platforms, but it's so good to see some of my students here this morning. As you've heard, I'm Vanessa Moodley. I'm your teaching practice lecturer for DL. I'm also your module coordinator, but I quickly want to introduce you to a few of our academic staff. On the top, you'll see Dr. Mirinda Swart. She's the head of Department of Teaching Practice. Ms. Priya Kirsten is our senior lecturer. And of course, myself, who's your module coordinator and lecturer of the TP module. Just as a matter of interest, how many of you are actually registered for the 2020 intake as of Jan 2020? Just a show of hands in Durban. Okay, wonderful. So do we also have students here that's part of the July 2019 intake? Okay, wonderful. Okay, moving along. Okay, I just want to tell you quickly about the teaching practice model and what the expectations are with regards to teaching practice. Now, if you understand the fact that you've received study material, or some of you are still in the process of receiving your study material, what happens is that you go through the study material and you learn through an online platform. You go through your study materials and you get familiar with the teaching practice content. However, learning in this module also takes place by you going into schools and getting a period of teaching practice, which is compulsory, right? And once your teaching practice is over, as you can see, this is the cycle. Once your teaching practice is over, you have a time of reflection as well. So you go back to the learning as well. So this is a continuous cycle where you learn through your study material, you learn through your period of teaching practice, as well as reflecting on the experience that you've had. Now, with regards to your school-based teaching practice, just to briefly let you know what it entails, it's a period of time that you've got to get your work integrated learning. Now, a lot of you may not understand this concept too clearly. Let's just use an example of a doctor, for example. Now, a doctor cannot just go to university for a period of years, learn the theory, and then go and practice. I'm sure you won't be able to trust the surgeon who's not had that practical experience. So the same applies to you as future teachers. You need to have this period of practical where you actually go into a school and you get that practical experience so that when you are placed with little children. Now we have students here that are enrolled with the higher certificate, the grade R in the grade R diploma, and then we've also got the B.Ed first year students that are here. In order for you to be in the classroom, you have to have that period of time where you engage with the learners, where you get familiar with the expectations of being in a particular grade. So that is why we say that you need to have this period of work integrated learning, where you get your theory from the module itself and you get your practical from the experience at your school. Now, while you're at the school, you have to get engaged in a structured program. Now, you'd find that you're required to spend a period of time at the schools, and we also specify to you the time that you need to be at the school. So there's a particular time limit per day that you have to be at school. You cannot maximize from your experience if you don't have the ability to be in the classroom for that time frame. And while you're there, you're engaging in structured environments, you're observing your mentor teacher, you're trying to get as much as possible of the practical experience, because remember, these teachers have a wealth of experience that they're going to share with you. So you need to be with them in order to get that experience from them. You'll be engaged in observation. You'll be doing some of the tasks that's required as per your module. You'll be teaching lessons. You will be assessed by your mentor teacher. In fact, at the end of it all, you'll also get a final assessment, and I'll go through that as well. Now, what we do say as well is that our TP supports the development of great teachers, right? And I always specify this even to my contact learning students. We like to send our teachers out there, not just to be able to teach, but equipped to become great teachers. So that is our goal here, that we want to be putting you into a classroom. Remember, you are competing with individuals that are coming from various other institutions. But our goal is to make you a great teacher. And that's the goal that we're trying to accomplish. Okay, with regard to the teaching practice module itself, it's a 30-credit module. It consists of 2 parts. The first being the institutional teaching practice, which we loosely call the ITP 100. Now, with regards to the ITP 100, this is where you get the theory behind teaching. So you'll be engaging in, for example, planning of lessons. You'll be getting to understand the curriculum more. There'll be various other theoretical activities that you will be completing for your ITP 100. But when you have your school-based teaching practice, that now refers to your teaching practice itself. That's the practical component that's being done at the schools. So at this point, I have to stress to you that if you're a student that's registered for the highest certificate in preschool education, the only grades that you're allowed to be placed in is double naught or triple naught in an ECD center. If you complete activities in a grade R classroom, for example, trust me, when your portfolio of evidence is submitted to us for marking, I personally go through every single portfolio of evidence and I check if the students adhere to the grade that they are placed in, right? So we pick that up very easily. Then if you are enrolled for the diploma in grade R teaching or the first year of your degree program, then it's only the grade R program. Now, I do understand that there's some students here that have internships at the schools, but you need to communicate with me. Please, if you're unsure about how you need to be placed, like Michelin just explained to you, there is a student support that you've got to go through. You can arrange a callback appointment with me, or you can send through an email query, which will be forwarded to me, and I will respond and I will guide you. But please don't go and place yourself in incorrect grades. What we also find is that because students are employed at schools, they tend to place themselves in a grade 1, 2, or 3 class. Please note that is not allowed in the first year. First year is only reserved for the grade R, like I said, for the first year B.Ed and grade R diploma, and the double naught, triple naught for the higher certificate students. Okay. Now, if you are employed by the school, you still need to complete your period of teaching practice at the school. So even in that case, you need to communicate with me, because I understand that there is a whole program that takes place at the school and you have your various duties that you are performing there as well. Like I said, communication is very important. You need to inform me so that I can guide you and mentor you on how you should actually choose your schools and how to complete your teaching practice. Now, when you register for the module, you will be receiving a whole lot of study material, right? You'll be receiving a whole lot of letters, which we refer to them as the TP letters. They are from the first letter to the 6th letter. The first one for teaching practice will be your welcome letter. Now, the welcome letter has got about 10 steps on it, which guides you on how you should go about doing your teaching practice. So one of the first things you do when you receive your study material is to go through that welcome letter. It will tell you when the willingness to host is due. I put the dates on there for you and I change it for every intake of students. You'll find when your activities need to be completed, when your portfolio of evidence needs to be submitted to us at Stadio. There's even the courier address that you need to send it through. So all of this information is given in your welcome letter. Now, for those of you that have registered now as part of the Jan 2020 intake, there is a willingness to host form, which is called the TPDO2. That's the form that you need to now take to the schools in order to get yourself placement at the school, right? So you approach a school that you find is convenient for you. Once the school agrees to host you, they then fill in the form, which is the reply form, which is then referring to the TPDO3. Once that form is filled in, it is then emailed to DL Teaching Practice, not DL Support that Michelin just gave you, but you send it to DL Teaching Practice. Don't worry, I'll send you all of this information on ECI messages as well, right? So once that form is filled in, indicating the 6-week block and the dates indicated with the mentor teacher and all of that that's in that form, it comes through to DL Teaching Practice, where Mrs. Susan Wilson will then receive that form, verify the details, and then send through the reply form to the school, which is the next one, which is the TPDO4. Once that form is sent to the school, that thanks the school now for hosting you, and they are aware that you are arriving at the school on a particular date. Then, when you are due to start your teaching practice, when that day arrives, you are then going to take your arrival at school letter, which is your TPDO5, together with the mentor teacher's guide. You have to take that with you on the first day because the school needs to read the mentor teacher guide, which explains basically what the expectations are or what you as the student will be doing while you are at the school. Okay. That's the mentor teacher's guide. So the last one, which is the mentor profile form, that form at this current point is actually not being used, but we will advise you on when your mentor teacher can fill that form in. But I'll give you more details on that by ECI. Like I mentioned to you as well, you will receive the mentor teacher's guide, you will receive a study guide, and then you will also receive the portfolio of evidence booklet. Now, the study guide is actually something that's really in-depth. It's got all of the information with regards to in detail. It's got every aspect of the ITP and the TPR component in the study guide. So my advice to you is as soon as you read your welcome letter, try and read your study guide as well. It's got all of the activities that you need to prepare in order for you to be able to go and into your classroom and do your practical components. So I always advise my students, read your study guide from beginning to end and get a clear understanding of it. But don't just read it once, you've got to read it more than once. The portfolio of evidence booklet has got the blank lesson plans. It's got writing activities that you need to complete. It gives you an entire breakdown of all the activities that need to be submitted when you are submitting it to us at the end of your teaching practice period in order for us to assess you on that module. Now, your assessments for your teaching practice module for first year, you don't write any exams, neither are there any tests that you write. Right? All your assessments are continuous assessment. You'll be presenting 3 formal lessons at your school. The first one being a storytelling lesson. You'll be presenting a maths outdoor game and also a life skills creative arts lesson. So these are quite exciting lessons that you will present to your mentor teacher and your class, of course. And your mentor teacher should have a copy of the mark sheets in front of them, together with a completed lesson plan, which you will then present and the marks will be awarded to you. The other thing that you'll be assessed on will be the 10 informal lessons. Now, the 10 informal lessons, you are required, in your period of teaching practice, you are required to teach at least 5 lessons per week. Now, you can decide which of those 10 that you're going to select from there. The 10 lesson plans get submitted to us together with the resources, and we mark that. In your POE as well, you'll find that there are 10 writing activities that's there, starting with a journal that you need to keep. And this goes on all the way to a final reflection, which you need to do on the module itself. And we mark those activities. Your mentor teacher does not mark any activities besides the mark sheets that I mentioned for your 3 formal lessons. Then at the end of your teaching practice period, you need to then submit, well, your school needs to submit the final assessment form, which is called the PRAC 104. This is a confidential document that the school, your mentor teacher or the HOD or principal, together will fill this form in, and that will be submitted via email to DL Teaching Practice. You are not allowed to see those marks because, like I said, it is confidential. The other thing, the last aspect is your 90% attendance at schools. Now, students, I have to stress on this, and I left this point for the very end. I have to stress on the fact that teaching practice is compulsory, right? And then, as I mentioned earlier on, if you're having problems, you need to communicate with me, and I will find a way together with my management on how we can assist you to complete your teaching practice. But please don't leave it. If there's a willingness to host form submitted by the due date, teaching practice needs to be done in your second semester. So you focus on academic modules in your first semester, complete your teaching practice in your second semester. I advise students to do this because I feel you need to understand theory before you actually go and apply it in schools, right? It is compulsory. You need to spend a period of 6 weeks at a school. And we say to our students, it's 30 consecutive school days. That's compulsory. So when your teaching practice period is over, there is a register at the back of your POE that's going to be signed every single day that you're at the school. Once that is complete, your school will then sign off that register, stamp the school register. You email it to us at DL Teaching Practice so that we can verify you've completed your 30 days. We ask for you to send it immediately after your teaching practice, because if there's a problem, if you are missing a day or two and you're not fulfilling the required 90% attendance, then we as the teaching practice department can tell you well in advance, listen, you've got an X number of days. If you don't adhere to this, you are going to fail the module, right? So your portfolio of evidence contributes 60% of your final mark. Your Prac 104, which is your final assessment, is the other 40%. However, if you do not fulfill your 90% attendance at school, you fail the module, irrespective of what you get for your portfolio or your Prac 104. 90% is a compulsory requirement, right? Although we do want all our students to fulfill the full 30 days at the school. So that's as far as the teaching practice component is in a nutshell. I'm now going to ask if there's any questions or any concerns regarding the module. Maybe we can start with the Durban campus first.
My daughter is currently studying full-time at Emory, and this is her second year. I've got a creche and for 8 years now, and I want to do foundation phase teaching. What I'd like to know is that last year she had to go to a school specified by YOR. Is it compulsory for me to go to a school specified by YOR? Or do we choose a school?
Okay.
And is that 6 weeks period, is it consecutive or is it a time according to us?
Okay, you mentioned that your daughter is a contact learning student, am I correct? Okay, our contact learning teaching placement takes place a bit different compared to our distance learning students. Now they have a one in, one out policy because they attend lectures at campus, right? With regards to you, the distance learning students, what I mentioned to you, the willingness to host form. Now you need to take that form to a school. You have to understand that we have students throughout South Africa. And we do have a database of schools, of the schools that have already been used by the current or the previous distance learning students. However, we may not have your particular choice on our database because you could be in this very rural area or in a small town that we're not aware of. So we encourage our students to take the form to the school and rather approach them for a placement at the school. But the final placement process is done by us at Stadio. We do the final placement because we need to verify your school. We contact the school to find out if they can accommodate you. For example, if you say you want to do the B.Ed, so your school needs to be able to have a grade R class that can accommodate you. And yes, it is a 6-week practical period. However, as I mentioned previously, if there is a problem with regards to the 6 weeks, you need to communicate with me. It is a compulsory component of this module, but we understand that people are working full-time as well, and we try as much as possible to support and assist our students where possible. Okay. Are there any other questions in Durban?
Can I just ask, what are the average months that distance learning students are actually doing their teaching practice?
Okay. For those of you that have registered right now in Jan, you obviously don't understand the theory yet. So you will focus on all your academic modules in the semester. When the schools go on holiday, you know, the June, July school holidays, when the schools reopen, that's the time we ask our students to then start starting their teaching practice at the school. There is a portfolio of evidence that needs to be submitted by the 1st of October. So whatever your teaching practice period is, has to be completed in order to allow for the submission of the files to us. Now your files are generally, if you're away from Durban, you will courier the files. So you obviously need to give yourself adequate time for the couriering of the files that needs to come to us, and it's directly to us at Stadio. I have provided those details on your welcome letter as well. Those of you that are around the campus and can drop off your files by the due date, then that's fine. So that's why we ask for your teaching practice to be done at least 2 weeks before the submission of the file.
My question is that what if you are already a grade R teacher and you are going to do a higher certificate? Do you need to go to the 00, 000 center?
Yes, I'll tell you why. Because you've got experience teaching grade R, and your qualification that you've now registered for is the higher certificate. So you need to go into a double non, triple non class and make arrangements to have your TP done there. Does your school have that? Okay, wonderful. So yours will be one of the special cases that will communicate with me, and I will advise you, or Mrs. Wilson will advise you on how you're going to do your teaching practice while you still continue with your full-time job. Okay, are there questions from the other centers? None. Okay. Okay, thank you, everyone. Like I said, I will be communicating with you via the ECI page, so please look out for all my messages. I do send lots of messages to the students. You will receive a lot of emails from me, and throughout the module, you're never left alone. There's always guidelines. You'll always find this information provided for you on how to go about completing assessments, activities, and tasks. Especially when it comes to submission time, I give you an entire breakdown of what should be in your file before you actually submit it to us. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vanessa. And so, Vanessa, we got one last question here.
Sorry, Vanessa. The welcome letter that you're talking about, are we still going to get it, or are they supposed to have received it already?
Okay, just with a show of hands, I'm actually quite interested to hear this. Have all of you received all your study material for teaching practice? No. No. Okay, for those of you that have received the study guide, the portfolio of evidence, and the mentor teacher guide, are there any of you that have received it? Okay, let's use you as an example. Did you receive all these letters that I mentioned? They should be in those packs. It was separate, okay? Okay, but students, even if you haven't received some of the letters, I have uploaded them on the ECI page. It's there as well. So if there's something missing from your pack, if you cannot wait to receive it, then rather go onto the ECI page and download a copy from there. It's all there.
A last question. Can we take that welcome letter anytime soon to the school? Like next month, following month?
You're referring to willingness to host.
Willingness to host.
Yes. Although the cutoff date for the willingness to host forms to be returned to us is the 30th of April. Yes. Although it's the 30th of April, nothing stops you from now taking it to the school and securing your space at the school. I tell you why. We also need to have some sort of time frame for us to verify each letter and to finalize your placement at the school. So in some cases, students choose incorrectly. They go and choose the incorrect grade. They choose the incorrect dates. If there's a public holiday, for example, students include the public holiday. Like sometimes we have something like maybe Women's Day, and then the next day the school may be closed because it's a school holiday. And students actually include those 2 days when they should actually make up an additional 2 days for the 30 days. So those are the things that we have to look for and verify. So once we sort out your placement at the school, then only can you then go and do your TP at the required time. So do not start your TP without first submitting your willingness to host to us. We need to verify the school. We need to place you in the school.
Okay, last chance now before Vanessa runs away. Are there any more questions for Vanessa? You see, this is why we always double check.
In regards of the higher certificate, the ECD has to be a registered ECD because some areas does not have a fully registered one.
Okay, we do have that even with our contact learning students. Although we prefer your ECD centers to be registered, there are some that are provisionally registered. So are you doing the higher certificate? Are they provisionally registered? Will you be able to find out?
I'm not sure. There is a Montessori, but my son goes to it, so I don't want to.
Okay, once you find out, if you can communicate with me, and then I can guide you further. But if they're not registered, we can accept the school if it's provisionally registered. However, in some cases, we have some schools that are in operation for many, many years and they're still not registered. And we have teachers there that are fully qualified. So in cases like that, you also need to communicate with us so that we can guide you.
Sorry, Vanessa, I just want to ask, should my mentor be one of my school teachers, or should I ask the mentor from the primary school? Because in my school, we do have a preschool, which is triple R and double R, and then we have a grade R to grade 7 primary. So my question is, my mentor should be the one that I'm working with, or the ones with in the primary school?
What are you registered for?
It's a higher certificate.
Okay, and I assume that you're working at the same school?
Yes, we're working at the same school.
Are you teaching?
Yes, I'm teaching.
Okay, so the mentor teacher will be the teacher from the double nod, triple nod class at your school. So when you're doing your teaching practice, that's the teacher that's going to assess you for all your formal lessons and will also observe you teaching your informal lessons.
Wait, we've got one more. I'm getting my exercise for this. I'm fine.
So sorry. I wanted to know, will we be having lecturers coming through when we're doing our teaching practice?
No. In your first year of study, we don't have lecturers going out to assess students. Your mentor on your school does all the assessments. But remember, I said your portfolio of evidence is submitted to us for marking. So even the formal lessons that you are teaching in class that your mentor will use the mark sheets for, you'll notice on your mark sheet, there's 2 of those lessons that we mark. So that will be our way of assessing, an additional way of assessing you as well. Look at the mark sheet and look at the guidelines or the breakdown of how exactly we're going to go about assessing you on this module.
Just to clarify, my Bachelor of Education, the foundation phase 1. Oh, yeah. I don't know what I want to ask. Okay, the foundation phase bachelor degree, they have to do their teaching practice in a grade R class.
That's correct. So if you registered for the first year degree program or the diploma in grade R teaching, then you'll be placed in a grade R classroom. If you registered for a higher certificate in preschool education, then you will be placed in a double knot, triple knot classroom. So that's the double R, triple R. Okay.
Last chance. Going once, going twice, sold. Okay, so thank you, Vanessa, for that. Teaching practice is always the most complicated part of the distance learning areas because there's a lot of moving parts to it. Hopefully, Vanessa answered all your questions for today. And I can attest to the fact that Vanessa does communicate a lot because I get excited when I see a message from her because I think I'm going on teaching practice. All right. So next we're going to be watching a video from our head of quality assurance, Kirshni Nair. So she's going to be presenting now on here via video. Just setting the mood, so if you want to get the popcorn out.
Good day, students. My name is Kirshni Nair and I am the Head of Unit for Assessment and Regulatory Compliance for the School of Education. The purpose of this presentation is to introduce you to the way assessments take place at the School of Education and to make you aware of the key aspects of our systems. The Assessment and Regulatory Compliance Unit is located at the head office of the School of Education. On each campus, there is an assessment office that coordinates assessments for the campus. The head office does all the planning to ensure consistency across the campuses. I will begin by explaining the categories of assessment. At the School of Education, we categorize assessments as formative assessments and summative assessments. Formative assessments do not contribute to the marks for a module. The purpose of formative assessment is to identify areas in which students need improvement so as to better prepare students for summative assessments. Summative assessments contribute towards the final marks for a module. Assessments of continuous assessment modules. Continuous assessment modules are assessed using a set of summative assessments conducted during the semester or year. Example, teaching practice. For the teaching practice module, you will not have a final examination, but rather you will have a series of assessments during the course of the module that will contribute to your final mark. Examinable modules. These modules have a CAS component in the form of a DP mark and an examination component in the form of a final examination. What is a DP? The duly performed mark or DP mark is made up of different weightings from summative assessments during the semester or year. The DP mark, together with the examination mark, is calculated to form the final mark a student achieves for a module. The DP mark also serves as an entry requirement for the final examination. Students must score a DP mark of 40% or more in order to gain access to the final examination. DP marks are calculated differently per module based on the requirements of the module. Below are two examples calculating DP marks and module marks. Module A uses 50% of the DP mark and 50% of the exam mark. There are two assessments that are used for the DP mark, which count 50% each. Assessment 1 is an assignment in which the student scores 60%. Assessment 2 is a test in which the student scores 70%. The DP mark is calculated as follows: 50% of 60 plus 50% of 75. This equates to 30 plus 35, which gives you an overall DP mark of 65. The student then scores 75% in the final exam. The exam mark is calculated as follows: 50% of 65 plus 50% of 75. This equates to 32.5 plus 37.5, which gives you a final mark of 70. Now let's look at Module B. This module uses 20% of the DP mark and 80% of the exam mark. There is one assessment for the DP, which is an assignment. This assignment the student scores 80%. Assessment 2 here is not applicable. The DP mark is calculated as follows: 100% of 80. The DP mark is therefore 80. The student scores 60% in the final exam. The exam mark is now calculated as follows: 20% of 80 and 80% of 60, which gives you 16 plus 48, which gives you a total mark of 64 as the final mark for the module. You will be required to submit assignments for your modules during the course of your studies. Assignment dates are uploaded on your ECI calendar. Students must submit their assignments via the portal that has been made available by the lecturer for the module. There is a standard 24-hour grace period after the closing date of the assignment for late submissions. No student will be allowed to submit an assignment after the grace period has passed. You will also be required to write tests during the duration of your studies. These tests can be written online or in an exam setting. Timetables for written tests will be made available on ECI. Online tests will be scheduled in your ECI calendar. You will be required to complete online tests on ECI within the stipulated timeframes as provided by the lecturer for the module. Students do not gain automatic entry into the examination. The following requirements must be met. In order for a student to be allowed access into an examination, he or she must obtain a minimum of 40% as a DP mark. Contact learning students must check the registers and examination timetable uploaded onto ECI to identify the date and time of the examination, as well as the venue that they have placed at their campus. Distance learning students must make use of the exam center selection option on ECI to select an exam center of their choice, as well as to view the final confirmed list of exam center allocation together with the exam timetable on ECI. The student must present proof of DP being achieved together with a student card or ID on entering the exam venue. The proof of DP can be in hard copy or electronic copy. A student that is not in possession of a valid DP and or valid identification will not be allowed into the exam venue. Students will not be allowed into the venue after the first 15 minutes for a test and after the first half an hour for an examination. Students must remain for the full duration of the test. In the case of an exam, students are allowed to leave after the first 30 minutes has passed. Students are not allowed to leave an exam during the last 15 minutes. All stationery must be in a clear plastic case or bag. Students are expected to abide by all of the rules provided by the invigilator, as failure to do so could result in disciplinary action. Students that have physical or academic impairments are allowed to apply for special concessions. Students that require special concessions for tests and examinations must request an application form from the Student Support Services Office. The student must submit the application form to the Unit for Student Success. A recommendation for a concession will be sent to the Assessment and Regulatory Compliance Unit. Students that are approved will be sent an official letter documenting the type of concession that has been awarded by the Assessment and Regulatory Compliance Unit. Requests for concessions that have not been approved will be communicated to the student by the Unit for Student Success. Invigilators will be made aware of all concessions in advance and will make provision for students with approved concessions. Students may miss a test or examination. In this event, students can apply to write the retest or supplementary examination. Students may apply on the following grounds. Medical reasons. The student must provide a valid certificate issued by a medical practitioner for the period of absence. This must be submitted electronically or in hard copy to the Student Support Services Office within 3 days of the expiry date on the certificate and before the cutoff date for applications. Death of an immediate family member, being parent, child, spouse, sibling, or grandparent. The student must provide a certified copy of the death certificate. This must be submitted electronically or in hard copy to the Student Support Services Office within 3 days of the issue date on the certificate and before the cutoff date for applications. Religious reasons. Students must submit an application form citing the religious reasons as soon as they become aware of the event and before the cutoff date of the applications. Extraordinary circumstances. Students must submit an application form citing the extraordinary circumstances as soon as they become aware of the event and before the cutoff date for applications. Representing the country or province in sports or art and culture. Students must submit an official letter from the team coach indicating the period that the student will be requested to represent the country or the province. This application must be submitted as soon as the student becomes aware of the event and before the cutoff date for applications. All applications are signed off and approved by the Student Support Services Office on each campus, with the exception of extraordinary circumstances. Applications for extraordinary circumstances are sent from the Campus Student Support Services Office to the Assessment and Regulatory Compliance Unit for approval. Students may apply to defer their DP to the next semester or year should the student have not been able to write the final and supplementary examination based on extenuating circumstances. The deferment of the DP must be approved by the academic board. Students are charged a fee of 300 Rand per retest or supplementary examination. Pass requirements. The pass mark for a DP is 40%. Students that obtain lesser than 40% will not be allowed to write the final examination. The pass mark for any assessment and for a module is 50%. For examinable modules, students that obtain between 40 to 49% will be allowed a second opportunity to attempt the examination, which is called a supplementary examination, provided the sub-minimum mark of 30% was achieved in the actual examination. A sub-minimum means that the student must score a minimum of 30% in the final examination in order to pass the module or qualify for a supplementary examination. Example, if a student scored a module mark of 53% with an examination mark of 22%, will fail the module as the sub-minimum has not been met. Another example is if a student has a module mark of 45% and an examination mark of 20%, the student will still fail the module and not qualify for the supplementary examination. Special assessments. Students that have attempted all of their modules and are being held back by one module in order to graduate will be considered for a special assessment task. The awarding of a special assessment opportunity is done at the discretion of the academic board. Students are allowed to appeal against their results for tests, assignments, and examinations as follows. For tests and assignments, students must discuss the issue with the lecturer responsible for the particular assignment or test within 5 working days of receiving the assessment mark. If no consensus or resolution of the grievance can be reached, the student then proceeds with the next step. The student must submit a formal written request for reassessment of the test or assignment script within 24 hours to the module coordinator, clearly stating the reasons for the request. If the lecturer fulfills the role of the module coordinator, the student must submit the request to the HOD. The module coordinator must lodge the submission for reassessment with the relevant HOD on the same day that the application was received. The HOD sets a date and time to convene a meeting with the module coordinator and the student in order to discuss the final outcome of the reassessment process not later than 5 working days after receiving the student's submission. The student signs a written statement of acknowledgement of receipt of the outcome of the reassessment process. The decision of the HOD is final and there is no further appeal option. An application for remark must be completed in the case of an appeal for an examination. This must be submitted by email to the Assessment and Regulatory Compliance Unit within 1 working day from when the results have been released. Applications will only be accepted electronically via the email address remarks@embury.ac.za. The ARC unit will submit the applications to the relevant HOD, who will in turn ensure that the paper is remarked. The marker selected will not be the original marker. The result of the remark is final. There will be no further opportunity. Pass with distinction. Students that pass a module with 75% and above will be awarded a distinction. Students that pass their degree with an overall average of 75% will be awarded the status cum laude on their degree certificate. Students that pass every module in their degree will be awarded the status summa cum laude on their degree certificate. In general, please ensure that you check ECI and your emails on a daily basis. Students that miss a test or examination due to not reading the timetable correctly will not be given a further opportunity. Please ensure that you plan in advance to get to your campus or exam venue on time, as students that arrive after the cutoff time for late arrivals will not be allowed into the exam or test venue. Please ensure that you carry the required stationery items for your assessments, as you will not be allowed to borrow items during a test or exam session. Please ensure that you report to the correct venue for your test or examination. Should you have any queries, please contact the assessment office on your campus to ensure that you are correctly advised. Thank you and good luck with your studies.
Okay. On the Durban campus, I saw a lot of flash photography going. Just a reminder that this will be available to you guys by Tuesday, Wednesday this coming week on the ECR page. And what is nice about it is that we actually take the time and we put timestamps in the timeline of the video to allow you to skip to certain parts of this presentation for the day. So you don't have to try to sit through another 5-6 hours of it. You can go to specific areas. All right. So next up we have Dr. Johan Redlinghuis. He will be chatting to you about the Stadio School of Education and the distance learning environment.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I've got a lot to say, but that's why I'm asking for the time. But first of all, you're not at a funeral, please. You're supposed to smile and enjoy it because you're starting a new journey in your academic career and life. Yes, that's right. Smile, and that's what you must do. Now remember, ladies and gentlemen, as soon as that thing comes on, sorry, I'm specifically going to talk about specifically what I'm going to talk about, not DL in general. I'm going to speak about the learning centers itself. Now, who can tell me what is a learning center supposed to be? What is a learning center? If you think, look, it's not a trick question. I'm not going to assess you on that. What is a learning center? What is it supposed to be? Come on. Anyone? Yes.
A place where people can learn.
And what else? Come, yes. The word learn says it, but okay, I'm going to explain it to you this way. First of all, Stadio wants to expose, or not wants to, what we are currently doing is exposing all our students, staff, and everyone to technology for the 21st century, basically. I'm not going to read there. That's what I'm trying to say. As you know, technology evolves daily. So that's why you'll see all your platforms, all your communication is done electronically. And that is not because we're trying to be funny. It is because that is the trend, in the global trend at this stage. So, and there's many opportunities for you to access all of these resources or platforms via technologies. Now, to link on to what I said, a learning center is a place, it is actually an extension of Stadio, right? It is an extension of Stadio because we are aware some of you cannot come to Durban every time for your sessions, right? Now, you've got different options as well. We have the flexible hybrid learning experience, which I'll come to, which I'll explain a little bit later if I've got time. You must be able to attend a session or not even attend a session and watch it live from any location at any time as well, or not when it's live, because you get synchronous learning when there's live sessions like now, when people are connecting, centers are connected, and then you get asynchronous learning. That is when things have been recorded. I'm going to talk in layman's term now, when these sessions are recorded and you can watch it at a later stage. So, and remember, repeat any learning, if you want learning to take place, it must be repeated the whole time. Am I correct? You're not gonna read a poem once and you will remember it forever. Am I correct? So that is what distance learning is about. Distance learning is difficult to you if you're not dedicated to that. I always say to the people, 2 hours a day, that is what you must do. The learning center or the campus cannot be blamed if you struggle. That is up to you as well. So the learning center is there to support you. You'll be able in the learning center to submit assignments, not hard copies. If you have difficulties accessing ECI, you can use the learning center. There's a center manager. I'm coming to that now in the time that's left. So various technologies is also available at these learning centers, and I have appointed staff there to assist you. Now, this staff is also educators. It's either educators or principals. I try to stay within education, that there's teachers that can understand your frustration with technology and with assignments. They'll be able to help you. Now, we have established learning centers at the following place, at the following locations. First of all, we've got our, in Mpumalanga, at Ermelo, because we want to widen or spread our footprint throughout South Africa. At Ermelo, it's Ligbron Academy for Technology, White River, Laerskool Witrifuur, Durban, our campus here, Port Shepstone, Marburg Secondary School, and we've opened that center specifically for the KZN DOE students as well, because there's many of them that cannot travel to Durban, or many of you that cannot travel to Durban. So that is, sorry? Oh, so in other words, so I take it you're happy about that. Oh, I can hear that. I'm so glad I can make some people happy today. Then in Mponteni, there's private school there, St. Catherine's. It's behind that 5 crossing spa there. That is where St. Catherine's is. Vryheid at Lucas Meyer Primary School. Gauteng, we've got 2 campuses, 2 Stadio campuses. That is Montana campus and the Waterfall campus, but I take it you will not go there. I'm just guessing. Right, and in the Western Cape in Belleville at Prestige Academy, also I doubt if you'll go there, but I'm just telling you, Limpopo, Petersburg English Medium Primary School. So what are we doing? Remember, Stadio have always, to a certain extent, only concentrated on KwaZulu-Natal. But we felt the need to expand these support and opportunities for students to take part in teaching and learning through distance learning. Because remember, distance learning is self-discipline. If you struggle, it means it's not our fault. It is because you have not used all the resources that we spoke about this morning, you have not used it. So some of my colleagues here have mentioned many resources or platforms where you can be assisted as well. Now, these learning centers is equipped with technology, and this technology, they can link to these live sessions. As we speak now, these centers are connected. They are connected, and there are students sitting there at those venues watching these sessions live. Now, the structure of a learning center, as I said, I've appointed a center manager there, or an educator, or a principal. They received a schedule I'm going to show an example of the schedule just now. They receive it on a weekly basis, and they then connect to these live sessions. This is now for the student that wants to attend a session. Remember, it's not compulsory, but for those students. But the advantage of attending a live event session is you can interact with the lecturer. You can interact with the center manager, because the center manager can possibly help you with some difficulties or some boundaries that you might have in your studies. They help with academic and administrative support. Now remember, it's not replacing student support services, right? They're merely there to assist you. And should you, for example, have difficulty submitting your query or your problem to Stadio, they record that on a piece of paper or on a document or a template I provided them with, and this is sent to me as well. As soon as I get it, I pass it on to student support services. I cannot solve the problems, not all problems. Then, as I think some of my colleagues, I know, they've mentioned that all of these recordings are recorded. As we speak now as well, this recording will also be available. So you can watch it afterwards. And also, in some cases, some of you doing assignments, the lecturer might ask you to have resources or a bibliography at the end of your assignment. Am I correct? In most cases, they ask that. So if you have difficulties with that, the center manager can help you with that as well. All right. Because we are aware that many of you live in rural areas where everything is not accessible. But this is why the Learning Center is there. Then we want to strengthen the link between Stadio and the student. Now, coming to the flexible hybrid learning experience, it basically, I can carry on for long with this. First of all, synchronous learning, it means you can attend a place. You can attend any of the campuses. Then, secondly, you can attend a learning center. Thirdly, while you're sitting at the rugby, the cricket, or the soccer, or in the Wimpy, or doing groceries in the Woolworths, or wherever you be, or in a braai on the beach, you can connect with any device, with your laptop. These links are provided to you by Delta on a weekly basis. You will have those links. That is our job, to support you. You can then watch these sessions live on your device. And if you can't, as I say again, that is all synchronous learning. But now let's say you say, I'm not going to connect today because I've had a long week. I'm not going to come to a session, or I'm not going to connect my device to a live session. You can also go and you can, tomorrow, Sunday after church, if you go to church, or either the whole day, you can download this session and you can watch it as many times as you like. Now, this counts for all sessions. Remember, all schedules or modules that are facilitated during these or in these scheduled times during the days is recorded. You can download it. Now, the grade R's, the BH Foundation phase, and the higher certificate, you will have your classes during Saturdays, only Saturdays. During Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays, you'll have your PGCE sessions. I don't know if there's any PGCE students here, but they will have their classes from 4 o'clock till 7 o'clock in the evening, in the afternoons, PGCE. And normally our sessions on a Saturday will run approximately from 8, 9 o'clock until, let's say, 2 o'clock in that region, because we are aware that you have to travel as well. Now, this is an example of the schedule that you will receive. You have not received it yet, but it will be placed. Now, you don't have to take photos. You can rather take a photo of me. Okay, all right. No, you don't have to take pictures, because otherwise you're going to have to come here every Saturday to take a picture. And I don't think you have to transport money to do that. Ne? Now, so in other words, these schedules will be posted by Mrs. Trim, the old head of academics for distance learning, on a weekly basis. I will communicate these schedules. I will communicate it to the center managers. They will be aware of it. It will be on ECI and whatever it will be. And they're still taking photos. Am I in the picture? All right. Now, so that's a schedule. There you can see approximately from 8:45 until 2:15. Now, your success. Now, that's also the big one. Because it's all exciting. You are all excited to take part and to get your books. You fight about, you haven't received your books, you haven't got your material, and what. The advantage of distance learning is, because you can access anything, anytime, from any location, it means you actually have an advantage because you have it in front of you because of the resources and the platforms and the social media we're using. You have that. So you've got no excuse. I always tell, I was also a distance learning student. Remember, I'm not just trying to be now like a big mouth here. I was also a distance learning student. You have to spend 2 hours a day, irrespective what program you do. You have to spend 2 hours a day on your studies. And I see some of you just have this hazy look at me because you're thinking, when are we going to eat? Ne? Now remember, when the children is in the bed and you've cooked and everything, then it's time for yourself. That is 2 hours. I promise you, and you will succeed. Right then, the other thing is, go visit these learning centers. You don't have to visit them every day or every time. Visit them, speak to your center manager, because I would like it to become like a learning hub where you can feel and you can come to. If your learning hub is going to be in Durban, I will be here, Delta will be here, Mrs. Trim will in some cases also be here to support you. We are there to support you. Then submit your assignments, all right? Now that is one of the core aspects for success in distance learning. I know you don't have time, right? But plan in advance. Plan in advance. Because if you do not do an assignment, you will not be able to write exams. You are wasting your money, right? And I'm talking to everyone now. If we look at some students just think we will put you through. This is not a crash, né? This is not a crash. We don't feel sorry if you bring us a sucker, right? So you must have a DP, like Kirshner has explained to you. You must take part, actively take part. And remember, if you have a Christmas carols evening or a whatever carols evening on a Friday and you can't submit the assignments, we're not going to accept it the Monday. That is the rule. That's not my rules. I didn't make the rules. That's the rules. Because remember, we have many students that we have to accommodate. The lecturers don't just sit and wait. And remember one thing, we've got all good senses. Am I correct? Am I correct? Yes. So the other thing is, we cannot smell if you have a problem. You understand what I'm saying? If you have a problem, we cannot smell it. We are good, but we're not that good. All right. So if you cannot submit an assignment or you have a problem with anything regarding learning centers or submissions, that is what you do. You call us or you write an email. We're providing you with so many platforms where you can communicate with us. And I even gave you mine. But I'm not sending recipes to you if you email me. Eh? All right. Then the other thing is the contact SSS, motivate yourself to be successful. All right. You work long hours and you don't have time. You've got sports. You're an educator. You've got a very important job that you do. So motivate yourself to be successful, and you will. But discipline, 2 hours a day. You must do that. Because remember, you're going to lose the line. You can't just spend Sunday after carte blanche, decide now it's now time to study and just only do it next week Sunday. It won't work. Then the one sentence I took out there is repeat, repeat, repeat. What do I mean by that? That is learning. Is that right? Anything that your lecturer tells you or puts on ECI or on my Embry or wherever, download it. Go to the center if you can't download it, as long as you have it. We want you to be successful. We want you to pass. But now remember, you can't just, if you have got 3 assignments to do, it's not pick an assignment, do all 3, because it contributes towards your success. And I said to one student that called me during the week, that have a problem submitting, or because she was worried how she's going to submit the assignments, I say that is why the centers are there. Or go to one of the campuses. People are more than welcome, more than willing to assist and help you. All right. Any questions at this stage? Besides food and recipes? All right. Anything? Nothing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Johan. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be moving into our last presentation for the day. And it's going to be one of those where I've had a few queries about it at the moment, like how do I get onto ECR? How do I get onto my emails? It's all those type of things. Let's just get up, wait for the presentation to come up. All right, we're going to hand over to Simon Goldstone for this. No, I'm joking, it's me. All right, I just want to reinforce what Dr. Redling has said to you guys about dedicating at least 2 hours a day. I'm also a distance learning student. I'm a very, very, very lazy student. All right, I only woke up and realized I had an exam on the day of the exams. So study, pace yourself, prepare yourself. My sister is doing her degree through Stadio as well. She's got a 1-year-old, she's pregnant, and she gets higher marks than me, but I think she just got the brains. All right, so what we're going to be looking at now is we're going to be looking at the ICT systems for Stadio School of Education. Okay. In this section, we're going to be going through about 200 slides, so please just bear with me. I see your face, you're very shocked. No, I promise you it's not 200. Okay. So for the topics we're going to be looking at, okay, we're going to be looking at the devices. So the types of devices that we recommend for students, all right? We're also going to be looking at Office 365, how to connect to your emails, and also how to download Office 365. And just FYI, those of you who are doing higher certificates, you're going to be doing a module called Computer Practice for Teachers. You're not quite going to learn this yet. Okay, this revolving system. The next thing we're looking at is accessing the website, so accessing Stadio School of Education's website. We're going to be looking at how to connect to the Education Connect and Interact platform, otherwise known as ECR. You've obviously heard everyone mention ECR, 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 ECR the whole day. Some people are probably going, what is that? Okay, we'll get to that. Then we're also going to be looking at our SIMS system. So it's how to connect to that, how to log in. And if anyone ever says to you, my Embry, it is the same thing. Okay, we are so used to saying the term my Embry, but it is going to be changing eventually to my Stadio. And then the last thing we're going to be looking at is support services for students, how to contact DL support students, support services. All right. Simon, can you just click on the first icon for me, please? So this is the minimum requirement for your device. It's very, very detailed, but let me just give you the briefest explanation of this. Windows 10. That's as brief as I can give you. All right. The reason why we say Windows 10 is because Windows 7 is no longer supported. You can still make use of Windows 8, but Windows 10 is the preference, just due to the fact that it's the latest version. The question was, what if we got a Mac? Sorry about that. No, you can make use of a Mac. You can download Office for the Mac. All right, it's just going to be, the layout is going to be slightly different to what we are used to. And when our explanations come through, there's obviously going to be some differences. So we will try and assist where we can, but we can't promise anything if you're using a Mac. So what we're going to be looking at now is how to access the MS Office platform for Microsoft, for Stadio School of Education. So when you want to access your emails for the first time, we are going to be looking at this website here, portal.office.com. I'll make your lives easier. I've actually put QR codes up on the next slide. All you have to do is just scan that and it'll take you to the website. So to log in for the first time, you just type in your student email address, which is generally your student number, at student.embry.ac.za. Once you have typed that in, you'll then select the next option, and that there's your default password for Microsoft Office. Okay, you can see I'm an IT lecturer. I like having QR codes everywhere. Okay, just remember that this is going to be available to you at the end of this, and all this information is going to be in your welcome letter when you guys receive it from DL Support Services. Once you've logged in with your details, this is going to be your landing page. The first thing you should be doing is you should be focusing on the Outlook option. Okay, inside there is where your main communication is going to be. When you want to communicate with DL Support, this is your email address that we prefer you to use. We prefer you to use your student email address. It just helps speed things up a lot quicker. Because when you have a student email address, it gives us your student number to start off with. It gives us your name and surname in the details. I've had students email me before on their private email address and it comes up DJ Mouse. Well, who's DJ Mouse? I don't know. So I think it's spam and I delete it, and then students come to me, but you haven't responded. And I go, are you DJ Mouse? They go, yes. I'm like, well, I don't know who you are. All right. So one of the advantages about being a Stadio School of Education student is that for every year you are registered with us, you get 1 year of Microsoft license. So you can download the latest version of Office and keep it updated at no cost to you. All right, so you get the full Office package for every year you are registered with us. All you have to do is click Install Office. A small file will download. However, if you know the struggles of the data struggle, I suggest finding somewhere where you can get Wi-Fi, because it is a large file to download and install. So just take that into note. Okay. So we're going to be looking now at the Stadio School of Education's website. How many, you should all know this website by now. I think a lot of you have accessed it. It is obviously the old Embry website, embry.ac.za. Yes? You guys have seen that before. All right. So when you log onto the page, this is a page that looks like this. All right. When you want to access the SIM systems or ECR, what we do is we go and look at the top left-hand corner. Can you see that option there that says Student Logger? That is the button we're going to be clicking. Once we have clicked that option, we're going to see a page like this. Okay. For this purpose, for this section here, we're going to be looking at ECR. It was formerly known as Embry Connect and Interact. It has now changed to Education Connect and Interact. So when we want to access ECR for the first time, we're going to be obviously clicking on the button that says click here. Okay. Once you have done that, it's going to take you to another screen. There are a lot of screens that pop up. Please, 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 as distance learning students, please don't click the contact learning option, because you're not going to get anywhere. It's going to just say, sorry, we don't know who you are. So you are going to be clicking the distance learning option. Once you have clicked the distance learning option, okay, it will take you into the distance learning Education Connect and Interact website. So when you log in for the first time, you're going to see this page. To log in, you are going to need the username, which is your student number. All right, and this is your default password for the first time you log in. It's the Stadio !student123. Make sure both S's are capitalized. Once you have logged in for the first time, you are going to be asked to reset your password. There's a set of instructions there for resetting your password. Please read those instructions carefully and remember your password. If you forget your password for any reason, just below the password that I've written there with the Stadio !student123, can you see the a blue button that says forgot password. If you click on that and put in your student email address, it'll send you a link to rechange your password. Okay, so if any of you get stuck, that's an alternative option for you. So once you have typed in your username and password for the first time, all you do is you click in login. Okay, once you have logged in, it's going to take you to the landing page, which is this. This is the home page. On here, you are going to find everything that is required of you as students, from exam timetables to assessment, not assessment dates, but your Saturday sessions, your support sessions. Everything is going to be here. This is your first channel of communication, especially when we can't email every single one of you. The home page is your main channel of communication. Now, the icon that looks like a little rev counter on your car, if we click on that, that takes us to what we call our dashboard. All right. In this dashboard, we can see everything we are registered for, and it allows us to see how far we have progressed through the module. So if we have a look at the right-hand icon, can you see there? I don't know how clearly you guys can see it. It says 18%. That's not your mark for the module. It's how far you have progressed in it. Okay, so if you see 18%, don't think you're starting to fail the module. It's just the amount of work you have done. So once you have focused on that, the next thing we want to look at is how to actually access our modules. So you can either connect through the dashboard or that last icon at the bottom. That's going to take you to your modules you are registered for. So this is what your module page looks like. It's going to have a list of everything, and it's going to have the page for, or the link for the C4SS that Vedanta and Ronnie spoke to us about earlier. The next important thing that you guys are going to be looking at is going to be the calendar. This calendar is your lifeline for when it comes to your assignments, for all your assessments for each module. So as you can see, this page was taken on January 2020. I had a PowerPoint assignment due for some reason on Saturday the 4th. I clearly don't like my students or love them enough. All right. So there were assessments due at certain times in January. That is where you're going to be seeing everything. That's not just for one module, it's for all your modules. All the details are going to be appearing in your calendar. It allows you to make sure that you are seeing and completing all your assessments. Okay. On every page, you're going to have these funky icons here. So what we do is, or what those icons are called, they're called activity completion. You have three types of activity completions. One being this little square box here. If you see this next to anything, this means that you do not have to complete an action to complete the task. You can just simply click in the box and it says you have done and you have completed it. The next icon you see will be this grayed out check mark. This grayed out check mark means that there's something that you need to complete or do in order for the activity to be completed. Once you have done it, the lecturers will write up the requirements. Once this action has been completed, your gray check mark will turn green. Okay. Remember that little 18% that I showed you right at the start? All this feeds into that. The advantage of Stadio School of Education is that all your assessments are submitted online. So there's no more paper, no more worrying about the post, because if you submit something in the post, you might only get it next year. All right, we all know how the post office works. All right, so all assessments are done online, and we're also just trying to save trees because we care about the environment. The other advantage is you will also receive all your feedback online. Okay, so everything is interactive and connected that way. Okay, there is a lot of information. I do apologize. This is another alternative, is having ECR on your phone. If you have an Android device or an Apple device, you can go onto your Play Store or App Store and you can actually download the device or download the application. So once you have done that, okay, you can click the install option and let it download. Once you've connected, you're going to be typing in the web address, all right, which is your moodle-dl.embry.ac.za, just like you would if you were connecting to a computer. Once you have done that, you can then type in your student details. Okay, you can type in your student details, and then you have ECR in your pocket at any given time. All right, I'm just going to run through the application very quickly, just show you some of the key features. I'm not going to go into detail about them. So if we log in, we type in our password, we click the login option. Once we have logged in, we're going to get our home page. On here, we've also got the dashboard option, which takes us to our dashboard. We've got our calendar. Okay, as I said, I'm running through this quickly. Again, all your information is pulled through onto this calendar. The advantage of this is that you actually get notified on your phone when assessments are due. So this is about the biggest advantage of the application on your phone, is that you get notifications. You have the messaging platform like you would on your on the computer, so you can have a chat to everyone. You can chat to your lecturer. So when Vanessa said she sends out messages, that's where you'll see the messages from Vanessa. You get your notification options. Clearly nobody loved me at that time when I was taking screenshots. Okay. The last option is we can go through and we can change our settings. So we can add a profile picture. We can have a look at our grades, because every time your assessment is marked, it's pulled through to the gradebook option on ECR. Okay, we're almost done. We've got two or three more to go. Yeah. Okay, this one's nice and quick. This is how to access the SIM system. So otherwise known as, or formerly known as, MyEmbry. So if we went through the same process as if going to Embry's website, or now going to be Stadio School of Education's website, we click the student login. This time around, we are going to select Embry student login, or MyEmbry student login. We click on that option and it takes us to this page. Again, we type in our student email address and then your generic password for the first time. So when your profile is created on the SIM system, an email will be sent to your student email address. So if you are saying that you don't have access to the SIM system yet, please double check your student email address and not your private email address. So once you have logged in and typed in your details, we click the login option. It's going to take you to a page that looks like this. All right. I didn't go any further in depth on this page here because I was using a student's profile. That's also why you don't see a student number at the top right-hand corner. Okay. And it's just a lot of private information that I just didn't want to display to everyone. So you guys will take your time, navigate through it, and learn the system. Okay. And then the last one is contacting DL support. All right. I know Michelin spoke to us earlier about how to contact the DL support. So DL support can help you with IT systems or IT help. So when you want to contact for assistance, we're going to email dlsupport@embry.ac.za. If you want to make use of this QR code, you can, because when you scan it, a new email is going to open up on your phone and it's going to put in the email address for you. And then it's going to tell you just to fill in your name, your student number, and your reason. When you email DL support, please can you try to give us as much detail as possible to speed up the process? Because I've had messages from students saying, assignment help. Well, which assignment? What do you need help with? I can't help. So it starts sending messages backwards and forwards. It starts wasting a lot of time. So be specific and give detail. So most importantly, you need to make use of your student email address when you email DL support. As I said, it helps speed stuff up. Details you need to add: your name, your student number, your area of study, and or the module, and then the issue which you need assistance. Again, please try to give us as much detail so we can speed the process up for you. Okay. When you email DL support, please try to give them between 24 to 48 hours turnaround time. All right, because there's a lot of people asking stuff and sometimes the same questions come through. Just whatever you do, if you email them today and you don't hear from them by midday, please don't send them the same email again, because then it starts clogging up the system. All right, so one email is sufficient. Okay. The following areas they can help you with and direct you to the right areas. Okay, dealing with the SIM system, ECR, and Office 365 support. Those are the main areas where we can assist you with. This is areas that we will not be able to help you with. All right. If your laptop for some reason gets the coronavirus, it's not going to help. We're not going to be able to, oh wait, coronavirus you catch from a human, sorry. All right. Viruses, we can't help you with that. We didn't put the virus on your laptop, you're going to have to take that to somebody else. If you have an operating system issue, you're going to have to take that to an IT person and not to us because we can't assist you with that. Also, if your laptop has Windows 7, Windows 7 is no longer supported by Microsoft, so they won't even help you with it. So if you have a working laptop and you want to use that for your studies, please take it to somebody that you know and that you trust that can upgrade your system to Windows 10. Okay. All right, and that's me done, all 300 slides. Okay, and good luck with your studies for this coming year. All right, are there any questions for me before we move into general question and answers?
I just want to know, so when I got my welcome letter, it said Embry, that the password was in Australia password, and then also I can't get into my Embry.
When those welcome letters were sent out, it was the old password, the new password has changed because we're moving from Embry to Stadio. Have you been able to access it yet? Okay, so you've done the forgot password. So if you get a password on your welcome letter and it doesn't work, please just click the forgot password option and it'll take you through the process and do that. And as for your question for the MyEmbry or the SIM system, just wait till about April, all right? Because then you will get the link for that and everything will be created and then you can go from there. All right, any other questions?
I'm having the same issue as that lady. I tried forgot password and it's not working.
All right, what you can do is you can send an email through to DL support, which will then speed process it up and they can move through Delta team and then they can change your password for you. I've got time for 2 more questions.
Yes, you do. It's recorded, so nobody's going to hear it. Sorry, I was late, so I don't know if you covered any of this. Can you resubmit an assignment if you get a low mark? No. Okay, sorry. If there's a problem with your upload, like load shedding, or you've got a problem and it just says due on a certain date, how does that?
Okay. Your first, I'm going to answer both questions. Your first question about can you resubmit an assignment if you get a low mark? Unfortunately, you can't. It's one chance and one chance only. All right, so that's something. Put all your effort into the assignment and try to do as best as you can, because there's no second chances. All right, your second question was if there's load shedding or something. If your assignment is due at midnight and you're like me and you're one of those students who realize something is due 1 minute before it's actually due, and load shedding hits, as soon as you get your power back, send a message to DL support, or if you are stressing, use the ECR messaging platform as an alternative. This is only an alternative and not the main channel of communication. Send a message on the ECR messaging platform to the lecturer and just say to them, please listen, this is what's happened. I've had load shedding. I've had load shedding from this time to this time. Would you be able to assist me? All right. We all understand the joys of ISHCOM, so we are very forgiving on that one. But if you know that that load shedding is active, try a plan beforehand to submit as soon as possible.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to expand on those 2 questions, those 2 answers. On ECI, we typically make use of a Turnitin service. Now, Turnitin is a wonderful service. What it does is it assists you in generating a report. So the very first time you submit your assignment, Within 24 hours, you will receive a report to your email, just notifying you that that report is ready. In reviewing that report, what Turnitin does is it allows you to see where you may or may not have plagiarized in your document, if you haven't got your referencing or your in-text citation correct. And what it'll allow you to do is it'll allow you to update and make the changes necessary to improve on your assignment before you finally submit it. But now it's very important to realize that timing is key. If you see you have a written assignment due that's making use of the Turnitin feature, don't leave handing your assignment in until the last minute, because it takes 24 hours for that report to generate. So if you can, try and be disciplined, try and be studious. If you know you've got an assignment that's due on a Friday, try submitting a first draft of your assignment on the Monday or the Tuesday. That way you'll have time to get that report, to review the report, to make any changes that report is showing that you can make, so that you can resubmit. Once you've submitted your document, if you've left it too late, you won't have the opportunity to resubmit. So you can resubmit a document right up until the due date, which means if you've got 3 weeks in advance, you can be really disciplined, you can be really studious, and you can submit nice and early, get that report, and you can review that report 2 or 3 times before the actual due date. As mentioned earlier though, and the gentleman who's asked the question may not have been here, once the due date arrives, you do still have a grace period of 24 hours, which means if you are pressurized for time and you run into something like load shedding, just know that you do have a grace period of 24 hours past the official due date that appears in the ECI calendar. Thereafter, however, unfortunately, you will no longer be able to submit. So if load shedding hits you in the area that you're in on the due date, don't panic. You still have 24 hours. But it's really good to try and work ahead of due dates and deadlines. Try not to leave things for the last minute, because you will not have the benefit of reviewing your Turnitin report and being able to make additional changes to your drafts. Okay.
Okay. Time for one last question. Okay. Last question here, and then we're going to move into a general questions section.
I think my question is a general question. So, can I ask?
All right.
Thank you. So just to recap, ability, eligibility, accessibility, flexibility, portability, approachability, dependability, accountability. We are preparing you for a profession. So a little bit of hard talk. Those of you who work in schools know that when there is a class to be started, you need to be on time. Start now. Trailing in halfway through something is not acceptable. If you do come into this venue or another, try not to walk across everybody. I don't think that if you had a class in front of you, you'd be happy if people came trailing in late. You miss things, you repeat things, and that is quite a waste of time, aside from being distracting and also disruptive. So please, when you come to sessions, try to be on time and come in when the session starts. We run to time. You're training for a profession, you need to be on time. You need to be reliable, dependable. Yes, we know life happens. We know that. One lady came at 11:30 from Limpopo, and her transport had been a problem. The joy is we've got flexibility, we've got portability. I told her about the Moodle app on the phone. I told her about the recordings that she can watch. She was so relieved. So we've got all those things at our disposal. Let's just go through quickly before I answer your question and yours. What kind of support is in place here at Stadio in the School of Education? Just a few ideas. Anybody from the other centres? What is there here in the network to support you? To support you as the student.
there is that thing on the ECI where you can talk to other students as well.
Yes, there's the messaging platform. Something else that's in place for you?
The WhatsApp group that I have downloaded for us.
Great. We're going to put a buddy system in place where you can, you'll be in a group with a coach and you'll be able to ask questions. Other ideas? Other centers? Other centers? What's in place to support you in the network at Stadio? They're silent. They're so silent. Anybody in the room want to add? What else is in place in the network to support your studies? If this was a test,
the C4SS.
Thank you. Any other contributions? What else is available to you? So we've had the chats, the WhatsApp groups through the buddy system. We've got ECI itself. We've got the C4SS. Who else can help? Think about who came to the front of this room and addressed you this morning. Yes. Yes, the DL student support system. What else is in place? The learning centers, such as those that are going to be run on Saturday mornings. The lecturers, the module coordinators for the modules that you're taking. Anything else? I think I'm going to make it a multiple choice question as the first thing on ECI. What is there to support you? Okay, you get the idea, right? There's a lot in the network to assist you with those things. Now, I just want to go to your question. I know you've been waiting about 2 hours for the answer. When I was telling you how a program is structured, your question was before that, how do you know how long to spend on something? How long must I spend on my work? Well, you've heard from Dr. Redlinghayes, you need to spend about 2 hours a day just being fixed on whatever it is you're doing. Some tasks will take longer than others. You might, in that 2 hours, read an article. You might do a quiz. You might do an online forum. You might be reading something in your study guide. You could be preparing for an assignment. Just depends. You've got to pace yourself through there. But here's an important thing. Within your program, you've got those different kinds of learning. So you've got the disciplinary learning, and you've got the how to teach, and you've got the fundamental learning, and you've got the work integrated learning. And then there's one other kind as well, which I didn't tell you about, but it's the professional learning about education, law, and psychology and such like. But all of those different things have to happen in your course. And each course carries a certain number of credits. Can anyone remember how many credits there were for Teaching Practice 100, for instance? 30. Well done. Great. So 30 credits means you're going to spend 300 hours on doing that TP module, whether it's in school, whether it's writing up some observations, whether it's planning lessons, whether it's engaging on ECI or reading your study guide. It means you spend 300 hours. What happens if you've got an 18 credit module then? 180 hours. So as soon as you see how many credits you've got attached to a particular module, it tells you to add a note on the end. So 18 credits is 180 hours that you will spend on that module. If it's 30 credits, you will spend 300 hours on that module in total. Most of them are 12 credits. So to finish that work, you would need to do 120 hours worth of work on that module alone. Is this starting to make sense to you? So how do you calculate what you must do? Well, take how many weeks there are. They're usually 16 weeks, but then you've got some exam weeks as well. And divide all of your credits for all the modules that you registered for by that 14 weeks. And you'll get an idea of how much you need to do per week. You will work out how much you need to do per day. And that will give you an idea of how long to spend on your modules. And that's a standard way of measuring. 12 credits, 120 hours. 18 credits, 180 hours. I think you get the idea. Okay.
Going back to your question earlier, Leanne Browning, our Deputy Dean, actually sent me a message to answer your question from earlier. So she's been watching the entire time. She wanted me just to let you know that there's a study schedule in each study guide, also the calendar with assessment data on ECR. Also, you can approach the C4SS about all that. Okay, so you got your answer directly from the Deputy Dean.
Yes.
To know the cutoff date that you have to finish that work by, how do you know, do you look at the exams or do you have to finish them before the assignments? How do you work out that time?
You would have to, this is where I said to you earlier, you need to go to the computer, open ECI, look at open a module, look at the materials that were couriered to you, and read through as much as you can to get a sense of how much you need to do and the dates by which you need to do them. And it does say in the narrative sometimes, you must have got this far to be able to do this online test. You must have got this far in order to do your assignment. So between those two media, you will find the things that you need. And then you've got a calendar as well, and you've got an assessment guide, which tells you not the dates, but the kind of assessment you're going to do, whether it's going to be an assignment or a portfolio, or make up a lesson, or it could be an observation, watch a video and then answer the questions, a quiz. What is it that you have to do? And all those things will be there. And I have to say, each module is different. So there's no other way to do it other than to sit down and look at what you've been presented with. And if you still can't get your head around it, because some you won't be able to get your head around, it just depends who you are and how you think. Call the C4SS. Okay.
Where do you type out your assignments? Like if there's a certain place or font to use, and do you just type on normal Microsoft, like and submit?
Yes, that's a gem of a question. I think some people are sitting thinking, so where do I do my assignment then? We do all of our work online. If you're asked to produce a video, you make a video on your phone and you upload it to a certain place on the ECR page. If you are asked to write an essay, then you type it in Word document, either on Mac or in Windows or Microsoft Office. You then store that, keep it safe, put it on a USB stick so that if your computer crashes, you've still got all your work on a stick. And then you open ECI at the right space. It will say, submit your assignment here. You open the portal and you attach that Word document or that video or whatever it is that you need to attach, to enter it. And it'll ask you, is this your own work? And it'll ask you to tick the box to say, yes, I say that it's my own work. I haven't copied it from anybody. And then it will say, right, submit. And you hit the submit button. And please, another piece of hard talk. Don't tell us that you've submitted something if you have not, because we can see on ECR whether it was done or not. People make mistakes sometimes. Sometimes people go to the portal, they click on it, they think they've submitted, they forget to press the submit button. So it shows that you visited that place, you went there, you did it, but you didn't do it properly. We can't help you. You have to be digitally literate and carry out the tasks properly. Okay, so please, I implore you to be very careful with that kind of thing. Another question?
I'd like to ask, the study material gonna send to us now. I'm gonna have everything that I gonna need because it's my first time doing whatever course I'm doing. So I'm not sure what module is going to be there. I'm not sure. So everything I'm going to need is going to be on that pack. Or I have to go to whatever things you gave us, because some of us, we don't have access to the internet. I'm one of those. I stay in the farm, very far. Problem of load shedding, problem of networks. So the paperwork on assist us.
We have many students in your situation, and it is a huge challenge because if you want to watch like a recording, you have to travel to a town where there's Wi-Fi, then you have to buy data, then you have to load it on your phone. But that is what we have to do. If you want to study, that is the way it's done. Or you will have to take a journey to one of the learning centers and sit there, and there will be a computer there where you can take your USB or your laptop and you can ask the learning center manager to help you with submitting that thing. But you must have done the work, you know. Like type it up in Word or make your video, take it to the learning center and ask that person to assist you with submitting it, because they understand ECI and they'll ask you to open ECI and they will ask you to submit your stuff through that portal if you bring it with you. Okay, so there is some kind of support. I don't know how far you will that you live from a learning center. Yeah, there's many challenges, but Embry or Stadio uses this form of teaching because we feel that by doing this, we can reach many people, but many people have your challenges. So we've tried to put as many things in place to assist you as we can. Okay. If you have difficulties, contact the lecturer, contact DL support, ask your friends to help you. You know, you do whatever you can. Okay, but try not to miss the submission of those items, because once that date is closed, it's closed. And that is a really big challenge. We've got any questions from other centers? Has anything come in? Okay, I'll come to you in a sec.
Bussy is watching online, and she states that she received her books 3 days ago, but she's not sure if she's received all the books she should have, and she has not yet received the study letters, the portfolio of evidence information, and all the other letters and documents that were mentioned earlier. What should she do?
Is that a student who's doing, is she doing PGCE? Not. Okay. The student who asked about whether, about the pack for teaching practice, you need to contact the DL support center and let them know that you have not yet received that pack, because it's very important that you start getting sorted out with the school. We do place people in schools, but we also are very happy to have you bring us new schools in your area that are functional and where the principal is happy to have you there as a student teacher. So please, that getting hold of that pack is really, really crucial, because very shortly some people will be going into schools to do their prac teaching. So the best bet is to email DL support. They can help you with that information and getting that fast tracked.
Thanks, Carolyn. One other online question from an anonymous viewer. How does one know which units are tested within the online test?
I will read that question as, how do we know which modules have online tests? I hope that's what the person is asking. You need to go onto the site, this module site, and click on the little calendar on the left-hand side in the side panel and see if there are any online tests there. But there's also a book that's emailed, that's couriered to you, and it's called an assessment guide. And inside that, it will say, all of your assessment includes this and this and this and this, and it will include online test. Like I'm writing my assignment guide for my PGCE students. And it says in the assessment guide, it says you will have 3 or 5 class tasks to do, and we'll take the best 3 marks. And then you've got an online test. you've got an assignment, and you've got a portfolio. So the students know exactly what it is that they are going to be doing. So go and look there and you'll see in that assessment guide for that module whether there's an online test or not.
I'm first year B.Ed student. On my ECI, it shows I've got 7 modules, including student support. So I registered for 9 modules. What happens to the balance 2?
Oh, definitely sounds like we gave you short change in the shop, eh? Okay, I don't know. We do have this occasionally where some people get extra and some people get too few. And it's just a setting that we need to change. So if you can send that message to DL support and say, I'm so-and-so, this is my student number, this is the program I'm on. I'm supposed to be registered for 9 modules. I've got 7 here and I've got the C4SS. Please, can you let me know where my other 2 modules are? Okay. And remember that if it's second semester modules, those will not be accessible now. Okay. Are they second? Oh, that's why. Okay.
I have a national diploma in grade R. I did it in another institution. Then I asked the school to accredit me and I did everything required. I haven't really received what is it that I'm gonna do, but they asked me to order the books. Now, what must I do? Because I'm not sure on what am I being accredited.
Okay, I think we need to talk separately about yours because it's a very unique case. So if we can have a chat afterwards and try and establish if you've been enrolled in 2 places. Okay. Another question at Musgrave, another 2 questions at Musgrave.
With regards to the Saturday classes, are they recommended for those of us with full-time jobs? Are they recommended, and will that assist us in reducing the amount of time we are required to spend monthly or weekly on, studying or, reading through the material, etc.?
I think it's going to depend on how frequently you attend these lectures. And the question is, they're not compulsory. No, the lectures are not compulsory, but they're advised if you can get here or if you can watch them recorded. It's a support mechanism. So if you want to count it into your time, you can. If you don't want to count it in, that gives you more time to do the actual stuff rather than be sitting listening. The lectures are, they would probably coincide with where you are likely to be at that week in the semester. Okay. So I'm not giving you a straight answer. You decide whether you want to put it in there or not. I wouldn't.
Hi. I applied last year and then I paid a deposit fee. I sent it and all document needed. And then I received my study material. They first sent me a message on my phone. It's yes, it's Wise Books. They told me to put a module code on it instead of a package. They told me to put a module code, and then I went to Facebook. I sent them a private message. I told them that when I get to that link, they tell me to put the code, to put the module code. Then they said I must wait maybe for a few hours. They'll send me another message. I went there. Then when I get in this link, they told me I've got 1 package, and then I must order it. So I just tick, and then they also sent me a box with all the study material, which I'm not sure which modules I'll be doing. I've got a diploma from other institution, and then I was told I'll be accredited here. So I'm not sure whether I'm doing the right thing. And in this box, there is no welcome letter, and it's only books.
It certainly sounds like your answer needs to be given to you separately because it's also a unique case, especially since you've done the grade R diploma already. We need to sort your application out. And you're the third person this morning who I've spoken to about this issue. So let's deal with yours separately, if that's okay.
I agree with Mrs. Trim, yes. If there's individual issues, let's just concentrate now on general matters here. Individual issues we will gladly assist you with. Otherwise, everyone is going to have perhaps some individual, not issues or matters. So general things afterwards, we'll gladly assist you. Let's just get the general things off here.
Any questions from the other centres? Anything more come in?
Yes, one question from the Polokwane Learning Centre. They ask how long are they to wait for the B-Ed because it hasn't yet been updated. I'm thinking they're referring to the ECI page.
The answer for the Polokwane question is the pages for the B.Ed foundation phase have been populated. If you are first year, perhaps it's an access issue that you need to resolve with DL support, or to go to the learning center and make sure that someone shows you how to access the modules. If you are in your second semester or second year of study, it's possible that yours is a unique case and we would need to go to DL support to establish exactly what it is that you cannot access. I hope that answers the question. Okay, we've got two more at Musgrave. Anything more from the other centres or from participants?
I did access their ECI page, and it did say that information is from 19 September 2019. And regarding the question with the WISE books, I did receive half of my order, and they do give a message where they say the next half when it's going to be delivered.
All right, so some people are getting their packages from WISE Books in two parts, in two boxes. Okay, that's a very strong possibility. What we didn't want was for you to wait for all the books to arrive and then send you a package later. Because you know what happens? We order a book and decide on it the year before, and then sometimes it goes out of print, or there's a new edition, and then we can't get the old edition. So we have to make sure that you get the right one. But it could be a little while because a lot of the books come from overseas, or they were waiting for the printers or the publishers. And that's why sometimes the boxes come in two parts. So it can be a little confusing, but apparently you get a message to say that that's the case. I'll investigate the other thing that you said about ECI and the 2019 modules. I'll need to ask you exactly which ones they are. Thank you.
With some of us who are grade R teachers, when we were applying, we were told that our study material will be delivered to Teacher Center. Is it still, because we still haven't received our study material?
Are you university students then?
Yes.
Yes, I've got an arrangement. Vincent, I will sort it out as soon as we have the agreement in place. All right.
Yes, DOE students, we will. We're just finishing off the agreements with your funder, and then the books will be released. Okay.
With regards to teaching practice, if you're placed in a certain school from first year, is it necessary to be in the same school throughout your degree?
If you're doing the degree or the grade R, the recommendation is that you go to different kinds of schools because you're preparing for a South African context, not for a specific school or a specific school environment. So you need to have exposure to different kinds of schools. I know some people are already teaching, you're already in place, and that may be a little complicated for you to leave your class for 5 weeks or whatever it is. That's a problem, but that's something that you will arrange directly with the teaching practice department. Okay, but we really encourage you to go to different places. And one of the reasons for that is you might think, oh, well, I want to go to the school that, where I went to primary school because I know everybody. But you might go back there and be very disappointed and go, oh, well, it's really not what I thought it was, or it's changed or whatever. And then you go to a different kind of school and you think, oh, this is great. I would love to teach here. And then the following year you go somewhere else and you go, not sure about this kind of environment for me as a teacher. Or then you go to another one in your fourth year and you go, oh, I hope I get a job here next year. Or definitely not for me, or it's okay. That's the thought process we go through, but it's really necessary to have a variety of experiences. Anything more coming in from the other centers, please? Okay, if you have any specific matters which you'd like to discuss, that will be great. Happy journey with us. We've really given you lots of mind-boggling information today, but it's all going to be available next week on the recording on ECR. So we'll take this opportunity to say happy Saturday from Stadio, and we'll see you some more Saturdays, whether you're live or on Zoom or YouTube or whatever, and go safely. Thank you, everyone.
Just take longer and longer.